It's the time of the weekend again, and we get to chill and do some Splatooning, but not the kind of gaming today. We're not going to be playing Splatoon today, or not at the start at least. We might be doing a bit later, but got some different planned for the day. As we're all aware, the seasons have ended for Splatoon. There is no more massive content coming. The seasonal stuff seems to have stopped, as per how Nintendo said with the titles, saying thanks for playing, and the banner. So we probably won't get anything major. So, with that in mind, there is no major ranking to my knowledge. No one has actually officially ranked the stages, to my knowledge. No one's ranked many things at all. Maybe some people have, but I just don't know about it. I think Jem might have ranked the weapons, but I don't know if it was for the season. But it doesn't matter. Because in today's stream, we are going to be ranking every single stage in Splatoon's... well, in Splatoon 3. And, yeah. It's not just going to be every stage. It's going to be every single mode of every single stage. That includes the rank modes, zones, tower, clams, and Rainmaker, as well as Star 4. We're including the casual ones as well. We're getting everything evaluated in today's stream. Every single thing is going down. Welcome back to another stream. Hope we're doing good. Hello, Chris. Welcome. This feels very cramped. You like some maps that are hated, like Wahoo, but Etel Alley is very bad. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Each to their own, has their own kind of opinion with all stages. We're purely going to be talking about a few things with stages to like go by the ranking. It's gonna be it's like your general kind of ranking with it, but we're gonna be going through a specific set of things that are analysed about each stage. And hello Don, welcome. I hope you're doing good as well. And so yeah, without further ado, how's about we jump into the business? So, here's what we got. We have, let me go move this aside. We have got the following. We have every single stage with every single rank mode, and including the Tower 4 as well. All of which are going to be shoved into this beautiful tier list up here, constructed from the best to the worst. It's going to be beautiful. I should also mention as well, regarding how ranking is, generally, like some people like rank stages via how like aesthetic they look. Some rank how good they are in terms of like functionality. Some people rank them in all kinds of other ways. But today we're just gonna be ranking them in the general way how we rank all kinds of things in the Splatoon community. We're ranking them via functionality and how they work as a stage. It's the two main things we're focusing on. So if we're talking about functionality, we're gonna be going off of like, do they actually do what they're supposed to do? Do they have that kind of aspect? And more notably as well, the more important one, do they function as a stage? Whether it's like casually, whether it's for entertainment, it's purely fun, or it is purely for other reasons, likewise. Whether it's for being fun, just purely fun. I'm just gonna go do this and check something. Delete this actually. I need to claim a recyclement actually. I've got 5 gigabytes sitting straight in it. Let me do it quickly. Should have done this before stream, but I'm going to do it right now. It's going to be a bit blank for a second, I think, but I need to do this. Empty recycling bin. Goodbye. So long. Rubbish. There we go. 700 items. Down the drain. Alright. Where were we? Alright. We're back. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're going to be ranking them off of. We're going to be ranking them off of purely how they function as a stage, and if they're actually good. Obviously, things have definitely adjusted, like, over time, and things have changed massively. And with that in mind, there's going to be a lot of shifting around of how stages are. If this was at the start of the game, something like Mincemeat would easily be down in, like, D tier. But the stage has got... I mean, being generally neutral without any bias, it's got some improvements. And even some stages like Etel Alley have also got some improvements. We're going to be throwing them out all 120 modes of the game for the general base of all the stages, including some of the new stages as well. I've managed to get them all set out. So if we're wasting more time, how's about we just start with it? Shall we? And you got some music actually. I had something planned. Let me just have a little look. Let me see here. Let me do this. Alright. I think we should be good. Let me just make sure all the settings. That's not what I want to do. I want it to be short of these settings in here. I'm just double checking some things. Make sure everything's fine. I don't want you interfering with all of it. Alright, I think we're good. So yeah, without further ado, how's about we begin? Shall we? Alright. Regarding all these stages, there's a few things to come in mind with them. Obviously, although these maps have got bowl-like situations, Scorch being some of the more notable ones, where you just go into a ditch, and it's just, there's no way to get out of it, sadly. There's no way you can really mount your way back to base. So, with that in mind, although these are going to be more or less down the bottom, but some of them stages have a bit notable to it. Starting with zones specifically, or sorry, turf and zones. I would want to say they're the same, but honestly, after the last update, they've not been the same. There's been a lot of adjustments with it. Turf notably as well. It's gonna be a bit of lag, it's got too many things. Turf specifically, it's generally been given a few upgrades. I'll put it here for now, but it's been given a few upgrades regarding like how to get out of it. It's not obviously perfect, but the fact you can just surge out of the ball and then jump onto the block if you're on the tower to get out does fix it a bit. There's some changes that were added to it otherwise, like the wee grate on the right side and all that, which give it some notableness to it. So honestly, I don't think it's that bad. Still has some issues, but for how it is really, it could potentially be a C tier. Maybe not a high C tier, probably a low C tier. But I shall say as well, we're going to be ranking these in order as well, so everything's going to be ordered. But a low C tier potentially, high D tier at the least. It's not that bad. And honestly, I also want to say it has potential to have it because of those blocks specifically. One thing that is not so lucky though is Zone's Scorch Gorge. This takes away the blocks that are on the grates when you're going out of mid, which just really sucks in general. It generally needs something else for it to come out. If it had more on the right side, an extra route where you can just jump onto a block and climb out, or a wall to surge up, or anything like that, it has potential. There's even like a wee like caution tape on the floor on the right side if you check the map out. It's on the far right side and it has literally nothing. Like, there's nothing connected beyond it, which is kind of sad. I really think they could add something there. And just even if it's a little extension, just a wee block going down, it would make it a lot better. Just one way to get out would make it better from that ball. So yeah, I think D tier is a fitting spot for it. And it would, again, I would shove up to a low C tier if it was for the blocks in mid, or an extra way to get out, but it's not enough. Compared to like how Zones is, you're going to be generally in the ball a lot of the time, or firing at the ball. And to push up, you need to go on the grates and all that, so it's very difficult to get around. It's pretty bad. Tower control, on the other hand, certainly has its fair share of things. It got a few upgrades with some blocks and grates everywhere, but part of me doesn't think it's enough to really give it anything notable. I wouldn't say it's awful. There's still some places you have to stand. It's a bit weird. It's not like where you could just stand on like a specific area and just look at the tower. You need to move up beyond where it's going to be in order to actually fire on it. It's got very awkward defense. And because of that, I do think it's gonna be in D tier as well. Better than Zones though. It's a bit better than Zones just because you can actually pressure the road. But it's still kind of how do I say it? It's interesting. The two places, notably, the snipe and the far left side, are just really difficult to pressure tower sometimes. You cannot really take care of tower once it's past that first checkpoint, and only when it gets past the third checkpoint. The second checkpoint kind of gets a bit steamrolly sometimes. It could be maybe a low C tier. We might shift things around later on, but honestly, I think a high D tier is probably the best thing you can really get for it. It's just really difficult to pressure the tower in some places. I might move it up later on though if I feel notable about it. One mode that is certainly good for zones though, or for Scorch, is Rainmaker. This has some notable stuff to it. Not even just with the new stuff that was added as well, but the fact that you have two different checkpoints you can go to immediately makes this a lot better because it gives you mix-ups. Even if the grates do make it a bit awkward in some places, it can be alright, and it's functional at least. And not to mention as well, there's some places you can defend the Rainmaker, there's some alternate routes you can kind of shimmy around, some blocks for cover. It's pretty alright, I wouldn't say it's too bad. And I'm also going to put clams up in, I'm going to put it actually a little bit above Rainmaker. It's kind of like tower control where you have defense spots and where you can defend the Rainmaker, but it's a bit better, or sorry, the tower, but it's a bit better. You can generally stand in some places, although it's a bit awkward, like I said before with tower control. You just need to push up a bit further to make ground with it. If you're standing behind the basket or where the basket is, you're not going to be able to defend. You need to go and snipe, you need to go to the left side and hold that flat space. If you don't do that, you're going to lose a lot of time, or you're not going to be able to hold basket. And it's generally... it's alright, it's not bad. Mid's not bad, it has some roots with the extra grate going back and all that. So I wouldn't say it's too bad. I definitely think it's definitely better than Rainmaker though. Moving on to Edel Alley. Zones, or sorry, Turf, I keep forgetting this, got Turf here. Turf actually isn't necessarily as bad. It still has the snipe issue where you can get, if you're holding bridge, you can get shot down and you just generally can't move around with the bridge being held down like that. But if you're capable of getting past that, it's not bad actually. The two blocks on the sides give you some sort of push to get on top of the bridge, and it allows you to drop down, pressure from different points, and jump back around and just keep pushing around. It's pretty alright. If they fix the bridge issue overall and give you some more routes to pressure it, or more positioning, likewise they did with Undertow, which we'll get to eventually, it definitely would make it a bit better. But it certainly isn't bad. I think it's like probably just below zones in a way. I think it actually isn't that bad. It can be pretty bad in some places, but considering how it's generally laid out, I honestly want to think it could be maybe a C tier. I might put it above. Actually, do you know what? No, I'm actually going to shift it around and put tower above this because, granted, like I said before, there is some positioning with it. It is still kind of, like I said, awkward to get past that bridge, which is the main issue with it. If that bridge is like nullified from defense, it's infinitely it's like this for like most of the modes goes up to like a B tier probably. It's actually not that bad in some places. Obviously C tier probably for the lowest. Zones, terrible. Easily terrible. Probably the worst or the second worst of the modes on them. It's really hard to pressure that. If you're sitting on the, like, if you get zone, you hold the bridge, that's just it. You are more or less not going to lose the game. And even if they do like push you back off bridge, you can it takes a while to hold that zone and kind of get space with it. It can be generally difficult to get it. Zones cheese actually doesn't work for this stage actually. It's not even that big of an issue on it because the zones is so massive. Scorch zones and notably E-tail zones have some of the largest zones in the entire game, and it is generally difficult to cap it even with zones cheese. Like methods like strike or vac or slider, everything like that is just difficult to get on the zone, and it's just easy to hold if you know what you're doing. You have some frontliners going like Gal or V-Shot, or even something else like Dapples, honestly, that could probably just do it, and they're just pushing up, pushing in, stopping you from getting the paint on the zone. It's generally going to make some issues for getting the zone back, and retaking is pretty difficult. You just need to stay alive on the stage mainly. Staying alive in zones for E-tail is the biggest thing, because eventually you should be able to make some pressure with some advances with specials, but it can be difficult. Tower control, while better than zones, it probably isn't much better. It has the same issue with how defending works with the tower. The bridge isn't necessarily as big of an issue though, I'll say that. But regarding it, I could put it up in D tier though. I'll put it here for now. It's pretty difficult to move around with a tower. I'm actually going to put it up on D tier because it does have some ways you can defend. But once you get past that kind of second, third checkpoint, it really gets steamrolly and it can be hard to defend. because once you take the left snipe, it's just over. There is almost no way to retake unless you have specials on deck, or you're able to pressure and just hold the ground and make sure everything is in line and your team is all together. Rainmaker is actually not that bad, actually. I might put a C tier for this one because it does have the same issue with, like, of course, bridge in some places. It's not nearly, like I said before, tower control, it's not nearly as bad because you're pushing past the bridge. And unlike in tower control where you can jump onto the left snipe, you can't necessarily do that as easy with Rainmaker. Even if you're on the checkpoint, you really can jump up there that easily. The best you can do is jump on the steel girders to the right of the left checkpoint, or if you're going down the low side, take the right stack or the right snipe area and use like a crab tank or jet up there and hold space fire there. But it's not that bad. It has 2 checkpoints that give some sort of splitness. You can rotate between them, and retake is not that bad. You do have a wee dip in the middle, likewise with having another way to get back to bridge and not having to stay on the bridge, like with zone turf. You can generally just drop down and climb back up, and you can retake a bit easier. It's not that bad. And then clams, it's probably around the same area. I might say it's a little bit, I think it's actually a bit worse because holding bridge is an issue with this one. If you can get on bridge, you can hold against the enemy team because the basket is just close enough where you can just throw clams from the bridge. You pop a crab tank up there, you pop a Zuka up there, you're not going to get in. It's generally impossible to get past that unless you two have strikes, vac, or you're able to go through with someone else. Ito's Scorch and Museum Zones are the 3 zone maps you hate. As an Explo main, zones in we call it museum is actually not bad for Explo. I can understand the reason why, because the spitters can make it very difficult and poking can be pretty challenging, even if you have like Splashdown with the Nouveau kit, and I don't think it's Nouveau, but with the alternate kit for Slosher, or sorry, Explo. But it is generally like a fine thing for museum. We're gonna get to museum eventually. It's down the list, but right now, clams. ETL is not that bad. It's not the best. It's functional at least. These two are like functional modes in my opinion at least. Bear in mind this is all my opinion. You guys can make your judgments if you want to and throw in your thoughts about them, but this is going off of what I think of the stages and we can make some adjustments later if necessary. Alright, I'm gonna drink actually. A bit stuffy nose. Don't want the orange today. Got blackcurrant. Alright. Moving on to Hagglefish. We're actually getting to some good stages now. Hagglefish keeps in zones. Hagglefish Turf. Probably alright actually. It's pretty damn good. It's got a lot of different defenses that you can hold all over the place. There's a good bit of left side to kind of like retake for paint. You've got enough spawn coverage to kind of hold up space. Taking back on the right side can be a bit tough because you only have those 2 tents on the right side, and they're uninkable. There's no way you can really go up with it, but it's not too bad. Holding up on middle is also alright, especially with the block changes where you can go onto the stacks. Not too crazy, but they do give you an alternate angle for things like Inkjet just sit on top. You can jump on top of the blocks by your boost and then dunk down the other side if you need to, or if you really want to, you can pop a slosher up there. You can prop some pop some rollers like Dynamo up there and just start flinging over the walls just by standing on that unequal block, which is pretty good. And it definitely has some stuff to it. The advances on the left and right side also make it pretty good because you can actually move around the stage and it splits it up via the 2 pillars on turf specifically. It's pretty alright. It gives you a lot of ways to move around and it feels pretty clean overall. With some nice scribble spots, obviously, as a wee quality of life as well. Zones is also pretty good as well. I wouldn't say it's insanely good. I wouldn't say it's A tier material, but I'd say, actually move this up here. I'd say it's probably like B tier. In general, it's high B tier for sure, but it's certainly not in the ranks of being up here, and that's mainly down to 2 things. Number 1 is tent. Holding that tent can be really, really easy, and just it's a general good way to hold that zone and just not let anyone get in. But the thing is, once someone gets up there with a crab tank, it can be not difficult, it's not impossible to challenge, but it can be a bit tedious to challenge if you don't have the right tools. But unlike E-tail zones, this one is uninkable, and that is the main reason why it's like a lot better, because you can't hold tent as much. Even if you aren't able to hold tent, there's still some positions you can hold, like below ledges. You pop a carbon roll down there, you pop a slosher or a gal, throw a wall down. It's pretty difficult to pressure via the ledges if you don't have the correct tools to advance forward. But it's still alright. I think it's not that bad of a zone stage, and the zone isn't that big. Zona's cheese obviously would make it a bit worse, but I'm kind of like putting slider cheese aside with it. And again, I'm trying to be non-biased with it. I know I hate slider cheese, maybe I'll hate slider cheese, but I'm being pretty neutral for it. And I'm considering all the options, like strikes and vac and all that. And if I'm including all that, then it's pretty even. And there are obviously some parts to it as well that can make it a bit difficult to judge with it. Moving on to tower. This is pretty solid, actually. I actually think this is our first A tier with tower Hagglefish. There's a lot of different ways that this is a very good stage. The tower path starting off with has some good routing, some good routing. You start in the middle and you move off to the right, which immediately opens up the left side, like many people have said before, and it gives you some good pressure with it when you go on the right side as well. So even if you're advancing with the tower as well, just by going on right side, you do have that block for a bit of defense, pop a crab tank like I said before, or have something like a vac just sit behind the tower and just suck all the ink that's being shot at the tower. It's not that bad. And obviously defending it can be alright as well by standing on that left side. It's pretty narrow and there's not much cover with it. It's pretty open, but you do have a retreating way to go back, and you have a sponge you can jump up onto as well, which is nice. And it gives you a way to get back. I'm pretty sure you don't have to even ink the sponge as well. You can just squibble off the back of it and you can make it up. So you don't need to be or have any ink. You can just jump on the sponge and jump back. It's pretty nice. As well as once it gets past the first checkpoint, it goes up through middle again, which does kind of alternate a bit more, and that's kind of where it gets a bit awkward. But it's not that bad because you do have the left side having a bit of great extension to look onto the tower. You have some long range weapons that can poke at it, like Squeezer, or even things like V-Shot. Some weapons that have a bit less range as well, like Splash and sometimes even Sploosh, can sometimes poke on the tower if they're in the right position. It's not that bad, and there are some nice positions as well. Even aside that, once you're on the low ground on the right side, you have that sponge where you can jump back. I'm pretty sure the sponge is there on it. If it's not there, then it's not even that bad, because you still have an alternate way to go down below on the right side, and that open ground does give you some good groundage for something to slosher if you need to poke on the tower. And of course you have the 10 to hold as well. It's pretty nice. You notice that you're going to die tomorrow. Nice, so here's your time. That is very unfortunate, Dreamer. I'm sorry to say that is happening. But you're welcome to have some time with the ranking. I'm sorry to hear that. Moving on to Rainmaker, we have another alright one. I think it's actually better than Tower slightly. It's again another split zone or split route, likewise with E-Tail, but this one's a lot better. It's got some good mix-up routes. Left side isn't necessarily as useful, but it's a good mix-up route if you need to go down there. The main noble part of it is right side. The routes are insanely good with right side. You can jump, once you jump with the Rainmaker on the checkpoint, you can just take the Rainmaker, go up on top of the block via a Rainmaker post jump, and you get 30 points. It's pretty good. And even if you can't get up there, you can just still go down the right side. It's not much slower, and you can still gain like another 20, 15 points. You have lung cancer. That is very bad. I really hope you're okay. I really hope something will be done about that. I'm sorry to hear that, Dreamer. Yeah, and even then, like, if on the defending side, there is some good pressure as well by, of course, standing on the left side. You have that extra massive wall on the left side, so if something's sitting on the lower side, in the trench kind of area, you can very much hold without having the fear of someone poking at you, like a jet or something like that, or a squeezer, putting pressure up there, or even a Zuka just kind of shooting you down there. It's pretty awkward to get someone there. And of course, you have a long range weapon like a Splosher, it can do alright holding there. And of course, if they break the checkpoint, they can just go back up the sponge, and they can just hold on that kind of perk area that's just beyond the checkpoint, and then you have the open ground. It's got some good routes with it. And of course the pillow that was added there as well on a lot of the modes, I think it's on all modes actually. From the recent patch, it's given a bit more cover for the attackers and defenders equally, so it's pretty good. And then of course, the left side, good mix of options, you got some decent cover. It's there if it really needs to happen, there's nothing you can really go wrong with it. And then finally for Hagglefish, there is Clams. This one's also not a bad one as well. This one's probably another A tier as well. Maybe a high B tier in some places, but I think it's like somewhere around A tier. Generally, it's not actually got many bad flaws with it. It might be a bit worse than Rainmaker, more because of the fact that you can kind of hold it out with 10. It can be kind of like snowbally in some places, and you can get a lot of points if it's difficult to defend, because the basket's like right in front of where you want to stand, and it's not like on Scorch in a way where the basket is like next to you. You can kind of like poke a bit forward with it. It's like just ahead of it, so you have to move up past the goal to make advances, and it can be a bit difficult doing some stuff there. So it's pretty bad in that point. But outside of that, in general, it's got some good areas you can poke from. The left side's pretty good, likewise with all the other modes, more or less. Right side's good for alternate routes going in and out of mid, all which having the kind of left and right trenches going into middle, which give a bit more pressure. And alternate routes to it, just pretty nice. And even on advanced as well, the new addition of the uninkable block with the a wee inkable section is on the right side. Going up on to the basket, it's actually not bad for defense. So pressuring there is actually a bit easier to break the basket there, so it's not bad. So yeah, bring it there. Elong's hurt pretty bad. That is not good. I'm really sorry to hear that, Dreamer. Undertow Spillway. Let's get into this. Turf. Well, after the reworks of Undertow Spillway, it's got some interesting. It's kind of mixed. There's a lot of controversy about where its kind of positioning is. Really, Turf isn't necessarily bad. It's got some generally good spawn region, and it's certainly got some sort of right side alternate route where you can kind of go in, and the trenches do allow you to go into the right. Like if you're going right side on Undertow on most of the modes, you can generally just go right side, drop down, and go underneath the tunnel, underneath the snipe, and you can flank if you have something like Ninja Squad or something like that. It's pretty good. What else? There's also some adjustments with the middle, especially with the wee ditch that's been added. I think what actually was with the reworks. With the reworks given, the trench gives you a way to just kind of do a double squid roll going up instead of having to awkwardly climb the wall and get caught out by someone that's catching you out. It's much faster, kind of alternate between the side. It's pretty alright. And of course, the wee adjustments to the upper section as well, giving you a bit more coverage compared to the right side. Like if you're on the glass section and if you're standing just at the end of it, you would before get shot down from the side because there's a wee exposed section if you're trying to poke over the other side. But now that that's fixed slightly, this is the same thing from other zones as well, which we'll get to. It has a lot better kind of grounding with it. It's pretty nice and it has some good stuff going for it. Speaking of zones, it's actually not as bad as what I think people say. It can be better, but honestly, I don't think this is actually a D tier more. I honestly think this is a C tier, probably just around. I wouldn't say it's actually better than E-Tail Rainmaker, generally because of ways you can pressure it. Like I said before, it's got the same the same fixes with it. You can go up to the zone, you can pressure from both sides. Relatively alright, especially with the wee divot in the middle, the wee trench cutaway, that allows you to kind of shoot to the other side. So many short range weapons that struggle to hit over the wall, or things like rollers, can actually poke through the middle now and can deal pressure. They can hit opponents, paint the zone. It's pretty good, especially for certain specials as well. Like before VAC, if you have a VAC on one side, you won't be able to shoot to the other side. But now, if you're defending the zone on one side, you can shoot back over to the other side, and it can paint that side of the zone because of that trench divot. If you can aim correctly, it's actually pretty alright. You can kind of split the pressure on both sides, so it's pretty good. I think it's alright. And of course, like I said before, the same thing. The glass is generally alright, and you have a bit more defense on the side. And of course, I have mentioned before about the whole left side extension, but I don't think I've really touched on it. It's got some good pressure. That whole left side extension makes it much better for short range weapons like Squeezer or V-Shot, or other more or lesser known weapons like Forge, regular Forge, not Forge Pro, to sit on that top section and pop a crab, put pressure up there, and just eliminate anyone that's up there. Obviously, you can still kind of hold there if you know how to do it right, but it does give you your team an opportunity to have someone hold the pressure on that top side and someone go up from the side and try and take them out with another shorter range weapon, or vice versa. It's pretty good. Hello Gabriella, hello teammates, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Tower control is actually also okay. I wouldn't say it's better than zones. I actually think it's probably around the same area around Rainmaker is. There is some awkwardness with it. I might actually say it's more around Clams region, mainly because of defense. It's not bad by any means, but the way the route is kind of structured and where the checkpoints are placed are very weird. The first checkpoint is kind of similar to how Mahi is, but it's worse than that. It's very difficult to actually pressure that, and because the glass is not there as well, there's no extensions of the grate. It's just you set up there, there's no way you can really poke with a short range weapon. It's mainly if you're a stringer or a charger, you're gonna be sitting up there. That's mainly where you're gonna be, and you want to hold pressure up at that left side snipe area. And of course the checkpoint, while it's also exposed in many ways, you also have a little bit of high ground compared to like everywhere else. The only other high ground you have is on that snipe region, which is very difficult to put pressure at. So 9 times out of 10, you're gonna break through that checkpoint, and it's just gonna steamroll to the other side. And it's generally, once you get to the side, it's not as bad. There's more pressure with the grate section on the right side with the wee U shape grate. Obviously the wee box gives you some places for things like rollers and sloshes to sit. Some splallings can sit on the top section and hit the tower all right. It's not necessarily as bad as some people would put it on to be, but it is okay. I definitely think it could be a bit better with the middle section. The checkpoint could be a bit further in, or maybe they can make it so that instead it goes across, it goes down towards the side. I'm not too sure exactly. It could be better with the route. And then of course once it gets past the second checkpoint, it can be a bit difficult to hold that third checkpoint. There's no real high ground advantage other than the wee black block. If they gave the block that's in Clams, I think Rainmaker has it as well, but if they add the wee ramp section that they added on Rainmaker and Clams onto tower control, it might be a bit better, because now you have a slight high ground advantage where you can just poke at the tower and shoot them down a bit more. And it doesn't even eliminate the whole fact that the tower jump would be taken away, because in tower control, you, when you're at the third checkpoint, you can jump onto the high ground where the defending team would be sitting, and you can just hold the spawn region there. And yeah, once that kind of goes down, it can be a bit steamrolly from there, because it's got some advantage with the black uninkable blocks, kind of taking a bit of cover for that tower path. So it has this kind of awkward position with it, but it's not the worst. I would move up a bit higher, but that generally might be an alright position for it. I might move it, but I'm actually gonna move it above the Rainmaker, but it's still kind of that same region of it. It's not bad though, by any means. Actually, yeah, I think that's kind of fine with it. We might move around a little around, but I think that's kind of an alright position for it. Rainmaker is also pretty good. It's got some major fixes, and it's also probably a B A tier. I think it's actually like a, I think it's like around here where Calamblitz is for Hagglefish clams. Again, it's got a split zone, which is already a plus. It gives a split checkpoint system where you can just go left to mix it up, which is generally the better route, or you can go right side just to get a speed break and just get in. And they have their good like advantages and disadvantages. This is like one of the major kind of things about it, is that going left side is very like, you have a good bit of cover to go with it. You can go to the block, you can go underneath, just below the grate section, you can hug the wall to get to the checkpoint, and it can be pretty good to go there because you've got a lot more cover. And there's not as much defense for the checkpoint. It can still be defended, but it's not nearly as bad in many places. And of course, going right side, if you want to get a quick breakaway, just to speed run the getting out of the way, just so you can go other places, you can do that. But in doing so, you're risking the fact that you're getting shot down from like 6 different places. You've got like the top snipe section, you've got the left side, you've got a few lower ground position with some block, you've got like the wee slight extension to the ramp on the left side. You've got the section behind the pillar. There's a wee sponge section that someone can be hitting over potentially, or around it, like a charger shooting at it, or splatling holding there. There's a lot of good places you can actually stand. There's a lot of good mix-ups. Not to mention the sponge there as well, so you can just, if you're on the low ground there where the sponge is, or the pillow is, sorry, you can go to the sponge, jump back up, and then start shooting from the high ground where the ramp is. So it has some good defense on that left side, and it forces the enemy to go right side, which gives you more time to rotate around. So it's pretty good. And of course, once you break, you've got that entire unequal section which is just removed, and it's wider as well with a pillow in the middle of it, so you can actually move up and kind of mix up some options, jump to the top upper section, jump back down, go up again, jump on the top of the pedestal. It's got some good movement tools. And of course, the defense is not that bad as well. You've got a rail to hold grounding position, you've got some, we've got a wee block to kind of like poke around like a splatling, you've got some slosher positions you can stand. Some rollers like Dynamo are actually pretty good with it as well, because their fall off damage can certainly deal some damage. Not as much as what things like Slosher would do, but they're still alright because you've got that high ground and you can kind of poke down with it safely, as long as you know how to hold it. And of course, you can just move back, and there's not much, it's not really tight in any way, so you can just kind of shimmy back if you're getting pressured there with another weapon, like an Explosher or Bazooka. So it's not bad. And then finally, for Undertow, Calamblitz. It's also not a bad one. I actually think this is maybe a bit overrated in some places. Some people say it's like a really good mode. I actually think it's more a high B tier, mainly because of how the layer is changed in comparison to something like other modes. I mean, it could be potentially a high A tier. I might move it up, but there's just something about when it comes to defending against the basket that doesn't feel as kind of clean. There's just something about it. It might be because of how the trench is utilized. It doesn't really get as much use. I've tried to use it in some places, but it definitely doesn't feel as useful in some places. You can obviously use it against the snipe area because the glass isn't there. Or maybe it is there. I can't remember if the glass is there or not. I'm pretty sure the glass is actually there. But it does give you some things. I'm actually gonna, you know what? Yeah, I'll move it up. I'll move it up just below Hagglefish. Hagglefish does feel actually a bit worse, actually, now I think more about it. I think Hagglefish is just a little bit worse, because this does give you a few defense places. It can be a bit weird, though. You mainly want to push up a bit further from the snipe region. If you had to go beyond the basket, or you had to move up a bit further to the basket to get, like, to it, the snipe region could do a bit better defense. Still can, but it's mainly for long-range weapons, and if you're short-range, you're going to be sitting in the trench, which is not that bad. And it's not too, kind of, difficult to defend that area, as long as you're painting. Which, obviously, in open it can be a bit rough saying that, but overall for the map's design, it's not necessarily as bad as it is. So yeah, it has something going for it. I'm going to change the music up, actually. Let's see what next. That is me, I'm getting recommended my own stream. Hello, Moth. What's another good song? Let me have a little look. Let me hold that. Let's see. Let's do this. Cool. I'm gonna do X rank Rainmaker later. Or as it say Rainmaker later. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing some X rank later. There's a good rotation going on. Well, not a good rotation, but it's certainly not bad. And it can be okay to run with it. Let's do. Is this it? Alright, we'll do this. Let me unmute the audio for this. Alright. Let's continue. On to Mincemeat. Immediately off the bat, Zones has actually got some improvements with its blocks. Admittedly, like, before, it would be pretty bad. Like, easily around D, F tier. But honestly, oh my god, my voice going. Honestly, it's actually probably around C tier. I'd say it's actually around here, actually. Maybe it's like just below Clams, actually. Or just above Clams, below Rainmaker. Mainly because of how its layer has been shifted around. There's more defense on like the upper stack section to defend. That hole in the middle with the inkable block does give you some more movement options to get in and out of the trench, and you're not forced to go to the left side and be exposed to chargers, or go back around and take the long way to get out. It does have some difficulties getting out the left side, but those extra wee TVs in middle does give you some extra defense to move around, even if most of it is uninkable. If they made the top of it uninkable, it would easily be like up here, maybe even like an A tier, because that easily gives you some more movement options. Maybe not A tier necessarily, but it would still be up in B tier. It's kind of alright, and it has its way around it, and can certainly work with it. I don't think there's much more to say about it though. It's just alright. Of course, the left side as well got some wee changes, which is not bad. Zones, on the other hand, is a pretty 1-1 moment. I wouldn't say it's as bad as some things like E-Tail and all that, or Scorch, but I would say it's probably, I'd say it's like just around here. More so because of how it is to pressure the zone. Like, it's not bad even pressuring the zone, it's just coming to altercations with it can be a bit weird. I'm just kind of thinking about it. Actually, I'm gonna move it up a bit more. Yeah, do you know what, actually? Thinking about it more realistically, I actually think it's probably around the same region as, what's my god, it's probably, I wouldn't say it's probably around the X rank level, I'd say it's like, probably just below, I'd say it's just below Turf with Scorch. Mainly because of, like, it's not because of middle, but it's just the region after it. Shut up. I need to get that fixed. I don't think it actually is an infinite loop. That's a lie. You said extended. Let me find the right one. I don't know. We'll do it. We'll do a different song. Let's do. Do you loop? You do loop, okay. This should be fine now. Alright. Okay, back to what we were doing before. The entire essence of, we'll call it, not e-tail, mincemeat, zones, it's not even because of how the main area is. It's actually not bad in middle. You can pressure the zone from some angles. Obviously, zones G's can be a bit annoying with it, but generally speaking for the map itself, it isn't actually bad. It's just when you get out of middle, defending can be pretty awkward and pushing up can be a bit weird once you get to that lower middle section. That middle section, of course, does have some extra routes you can poke around from, but it is a kind of weird area. I feel like it does have some sort of faith with it, because when I generally play it, it isn't really bad a lot of the time. It's just on the occasion my teammates can screw up with it. But that's mainly down to bad teammates, of course, and just bad coordination. But overall, it does have some decent routes. The blocks, like I said, on the TVs on the left side, it is generally the same with it. It's just with zones, you're going to be more focusing on that one spot in the middle, which means pushing up to that choke point is going to be a lot harder, because everyone's looking in that general area, unlike turf, where everyone's going to be looking everywhere. So let's get where it is. With tower control, I generally think it's not that good. It's like, compared to what they did before, it's weird. It's kind of okay, but it's at the same time it feels really bad. I wouldn't say it's as bad as some things, but it feels roughly around the region of Scorch in that case. Scorch does have better defense, admittedly in some places, albeit more awkward. Just once you get past... No, it actually doesn't, never mind. It's still not good, but it's certainly better than like E-tail and all that. Mainly because of how, like, once you get past that first checkpoint, which, even if you're at the first checkpoint, you've got high ground advantage as the attackers, which is alright, but it's generally a bit too much high ground. You need to be like right below it, or like a pretty long range in order to do some damage. And it can be pretty awkward. And of course, once you get past that second checkpoint, obviously you could jump on the top and all that, but once you get to the second checkpoint, that's when things go a bit downhill, because it can be a pretty difficult way to pressure in some places. Third checkpoint does have some things, but honestly, it's very push and pull. It's not really consistent defense. You can if you have the right tools, likewise with many stages, but a lot of the time, you're not going to be able to defend easily necessarily. Or, in other cases, it'd be difficult pushing up. It's very stalemate-like, and it just doesn't feel fun to move around with. At the same time, it can have some better functionality with it. If it gave more routes on the left side for attacking up, and a bit better defense on the right side when defending, or the left side when defending, it could be alright. But it still feels like this. It's certainly a step up. It's probably like a step up like 2 places probably. Maybe it's around the same region. But it's certainly okay. I think given time it had, with the reworks, it did have some potential. Rainmaker on the other hand got some nice changes. It had some nice quality of life stuff. It was already a decent mode before. Probably, I think around the same place as E-tail. I'd say it's like a little bit better than E-tail. Mainly because of how the routes are kind of structured. Again, it's a split path, which is not bad. You can go left side and you can make some quick breakaway, which is good, because if you break that checkpoint and you're able to get up top, it's very fast and it's much closer to the actual goal with the Rainmaker jump that's been given. And then, of course, you can break away with that. Pretty difficult, likewise, similar to how Undertow is structured with it in Rainmaker. it can be a pretty good like fast breakaway if you know how to do it, but it's a little bit slower because of the great section. Right side on the other hand is generally the better way to go with it, and it's got like good balance with like a good mix of defense when defending the pedestal, but also a good amount of attacking power with the right side, giving you some good grounding. So it has some good stuff. Obviously, the fuck.
With new frozen.
What the hell was that? I'm pretty sure YouTube bugged for me because I got an ad without getting an ad. That's dumb. Thank you, YouTube, for breaking an half. I don't know why I did that. That was very strange. It shouldn't have done that. It literally was still playing the music as it was going. YouTube, why'd you have to do that? You kind of ruined that there. Anyways, put it back on. Alright. As I was saying before I got rudely interrupted by an invisible lad, Rainmaker, like I said, yeah, it has that kind of right side. You can hold on, if you're able to get on top of that stack area, you can defend a bit easier to break the checkpoint, and you can push up. And of course, defending past that can be a bit weird because of how it's kind of laid out. I feel like the top section is a bit too high, oddly enough, or I feel like it's a bit too clamped in some places. If you have more ground, kind of like poke at the Rainmaker, or a bit more kind of like grounding instead of just being on the same truck, you might be better, but it's a bit weird. You have to kind of be on that wee like Macaulay, you have to be on the wee bar to the side of the truck to actually make some pressure on the Rainmaker itself or around that area. Cloudlet, on the other hand, is actually not too bad. I wouldn't say it's like B tier material, but it's certainly like probably top of A tier somewhere, or C tier. I'd probably say it's like roughly around here. Mainly because of how it's giving you roots. The wee extension to the grate on the left side, likewise with Rainmaker, is good, and it does give you some good positions to break away the clam basket if you know how to do it right. And then, more notably, the right side gives you a lot of good positions for like, it's a lot more friendly to just generally swimming. It's more friendly to things like Ninja Squid. It can be really good at like helping certain specials that require a ramp to get up or like make it a bit easier. I mean, normally before with things like Kraken, before with the blocks, you would have difficulties, and I mean major difficulties getting up there. But now with the changes, you can in fact actually make advances with the ramp because no one's like knocking you down with a knockback, because Kraken's knockback is extraordinarily high, probably a bit too much in my opinion for the air for like jumping in some ways. And of course, defending the basket can be a bit weird in some places, but generally if you're able to like push up and hold that kind of lower ground, it can be alright. Wouldn't say it's any better than C tier. I think it's like in a fair position as it is, and I think it's pretty good. Mid to me overall is just, I think it's in an alright position. Sometimes like Tower maybe could be a bit better with some checkpoint changes and some advances, but it isn't the worst of worst on the other things. Moving on to another recent rework stage, Hammerhead Bridge. This is going to be a very controversial change for some things, because some people don't think it's actually the greatest. Others can maybe say some other things about it. For zones and turf, which are more or less the same, it's actually, my dog's barking again, it's actually really good. Like surprisingly good for turf and zones. That extra right side on the, like, to get into mid, and the extra adjustments to the left side, as well as of course up at your spawn changes for the right side, are really good at defending, and they do give you some position to poke for like long range and even short range weapons sometimes. So honestly, I think with that, I actually think it's like probably somewhere around here. I think for turf and zones specifically, I actually think it's A tier, honestly. Maybe not A tier for zones, because the zones you have to push up very far for, but it's still really good. Turf, of course, is a bit different because you can move around a bit more. If they made the zone a bit like easier to get to, then you could probably push it up to 8 or somewhere, maybe even above zones or turf. But because of how long the stage is, it can be a bit difficult to make advances to like hold the zone. If your team gets wiped, you're gonna lose like 30 points. Has a similar kind of bluefin issue with it, but probably a slight bit better, mainly down to how its positioning is. And it can favor short range weapons as well, especially with the left side and right side changes, where you can get into left side using the top section without being pressured too much. And of course, if you need to jump down, you can jump down, then we come back with a sponge, jump back up and pressure again. And of course, you can go right side with the Wii adjustment, and you can drop down into the lower right side, claim the block, and then hold that area. And of course, it's a one-way drop, but you can still advance back to mid, and you can make it back in a bit more, or back up a bit. It's not too bad. Tower Control, Rainmaker, and Clams on the other hand don't have those changes. It's actually negated back a little bit in some places. And they are better, they're slightly bit better in some places. I do wish for things like Tower Control and Clamblet specifically, they made the right side just a bit higher, so it's more of a jump spot to get to. Kind of like how Brine Water has it on the right side. But it certainly isn't the worst. I'd say it's probably around C-ish. I'm kind of debating putting it between Mincemeat Clams and Undertow Zones. I might put it actually around the same way. I'm probably gonna put it around the same position as Undertow in some ways. Hard to pressure in some positions, but also not that bad at pressuring on other places. I think it's probably a little bit worse. Maybe down here, because it can be a bit hard to pressure once you get past the second checkpoint, because the only way you can really pressure is from the left side. Otherwise, you've got low ground all over. Same way that Undertow has it. You only have that left-sided poke for the first checkpoint on Undertow. Tower Control, second checkpoint, or third checkpoint, it's mainly the upper section. So it's kind of just, yeah. It's just kind of, it's a very weird layout. It could probably be better. What else? Rainmaker, actually kind of a weird one. If I had a split checkpoint and it was given more of a right side to kind of go around, it could be a more interesting stage, more fun with that split layout, but it wasn't given those kind of benefactors. The right side does make it better though, having that wee extra high ground and more alternate routes with the massive pole does give you something, so I would say it's actually alright. I think it's actually just a bit better than Zones Undertow, I would say. I don't think it's actually too bad, because you can defend with the extra right side instead of being stuck with the grates on the top of the pillar, because with right side before, you couldn't defend with it. It was impossible to defend. You were stuck on left side, and everyone could just fire a Zucker, strikes, crab tank, and they could just run up. But with the split side, it does give you some positioning a little bit, and it does give you a wee retreating position to go back on. You can retreat back from the ramp to the upper section, fire a Zucker, pop a crab tank, or any other special that requires long range advances. Or even pop a zip caster up there, hop on the tower, and then, or hop on the pole, and just starts hitting from above. It can be alright. Platinum Blitz is also an okay one, I think. I don't think it's necessarily as bad. It can be fun. I do think it has some weird layouts. I think the Clam Basket is a bit too far forward, and you can break it a bit too easily in some ways. If it was a bit further back, and it really utilized that right side a bit more, I think it could have been a bit better. Probably around the same way as Mincemeat, but it's probably gonna be around, I'd say around E-tail Clams, probably, or yeah, E-tail Rainmaker, just below it. I think it's not much to say about it. The left side and the right side have been cut back drastically, and they've been worsened. If it had the adjustments, like I said, with turf and zones, easily goes up a tier or two. It's generally a lot better with having more movement options like that. Although for something like Clamlets, it will probably stay around this region. Probably would be around Rainmaker position if it had the left and right sides, and then Rainmaker would probably be up here roughly. Same with Tower Control, more routes, better. To flank and whatnot, and just hold angles, but with how the stages are designed for this, it's not likely to have a change for it, sadly. Moving on to Museum. We're making some time, we're doing alright. Got many more stages to go through though, so we're gonna be here for a bit. With Museum has been regarded as a pretty good stage from Splatoon 1, and after it got ported to Splatoon 3, likewise with many Splatoon 1 stages, it got sort of butchered in some ways. But for some things like Turf, especially with the more recent changes, it actually is not bad. I think it's actually probably going to be around, I want to say somewhere around B tier. I want to say it's probably around the same position as Hammerhead, actually. It's probably like just around here, around A tier. It's got some good movement options. Spawn is not that bad. The spinner feels pretty fun still. I wish they had the third spinner still, and that'll give you some ways to get around left and right a bit easier. But it's overall not that bad.
And then of course, like retaking left side and right side, holding positions can be okay with the top spinners. You have a good amount of options of mix-ups to do. And of course, even if the enemy gets up top onto your general area, you can use a lot of different options to flank around and drop down, or you can go right or left side and hold space with some more mid-range, long-range weapons. And you do have some cubby holes to hold for it as well. Likewise with zones as well. It's probably not the same position as turf exactly, because it does make it a bit awkward, but it still isn't bad. I'd say it's either just low of A tier or maybe top of B tier. I'd probably say it is top of B tier because you do have some extra routes and maybe a bit more movement options than what you have in Hammerhead, and you do have a bit more flexibility, especially on the left side a bit more. I might move it down later on. I'll reconsider it, but I'll hold it there for now. It's generally got some good positions. Spinner's not too bad, especially with the block changes actually. Nothing more about it. Actually, the block change is good to get out of the middle, so I think that alone does give you a good reason to kind of put it up here. It gives you another way to get out of mid instead of being forced to get on the spinner and climb up and then jump back. You can actually jump from the sides, hold space on the zone, gives you more angles against it, and kind of gives you the ability to hold the zone without being forced to go out. Unlike kind of Hammerhead, where if pressured on like the right side, you're kind of forced to run back, or left side, you're forced to go retreat to high ground, which is good, but you can still get me pressured on it in some places. It's alright. I think H is a good position for it, roughly in low tier, or low A tier. Tower is very okay. It's not bad. It has its own kind of quirks with the way it's laid out. The path is not bad. First checkpoint, utilizing the top spinner is great as like a way you can pressure is not that bad, and you can really make some advances to hold it, especially with the longer range weapons. Don't think people really know too much about it, even after how long the game's been out for. So I'd say it's okay. I think it generally is. I think it's around the same place. It's between probably Hagglefish and Hammerhead zones. You have some good positions to hold it. I do think it is about, like, it's alright with position. The second checkpoint can be a bit weird to hold because of how far back it can be, and it's the only way you can really hold is the left side at high ground or the middle spinner section. But even after once you get past that second checkpoint, you can pressure from the left side. It can be a bit weird. You just need to know when to get it, and if you're able to get it, just be prepared for it with a special or two. And of course, the last checkpoint can be a bit weird to hold. It's not too bad, but once it gets to that third checkpoint, it can be a bit snowball in some places. It's okay though. It's sometimes not the worst thing. I do think it's got some potential with. And of course, right side does give you some alternate routes to get to mid, especially with the ramp adjustments in the block for some modes. Speaking of block, the Rainmaker one actually doesn't have that. Actually, no, it does have that. The Rainmaker adjustments are pretty alright. Probably not as good as zones. Actually, tell a lie. I actually think this is as good as zones, because you do have some extra adjustments. Like I said, with zones, the block adjustments on the spinner and the sides can make it a bit better. The blocks aren't necessarily on there to the sides on Rainmaker, but you still have like an extra adjustment to the spinner, and you can jump on top of the checkpoint, clear it the way, and you can just move freely whatever direction you really want to, so it's not that bad. And defending it isn't too bad as well. If you've got a charger on the grates up top on snipe area roughly, when you get your spawn, go right side, it can be alright to hold it there. And of course, you can hold from the middle of the spinner, and that's the general way that many shooters, rollers, sloshers, splatline's going to hold that area. So it's not necessarily as bad. Blasters as well are really good for this stage as well, poking around ledges, so it's very beneficial for like something like that. And then of course, holding left side can be a bit weird coming to this one, because there's not much of a reason to go on the far left side, or the right side as the Rainmaker. And even holding left side can be a bit weird. The main reason you go left side is to paint and just kind of hold ground and get ready to poke them, because you have more ground to move around compared to the right side where you're stuck on that kind of upper section. You can get kind of funneled out with some strikes or a booyah bomb or two. Sometimes back into it as well sometimes. It's still okay. I think it can be alright, and it's still fun to play on. You're very free and nimble. Clams is also kind of the same region, probably slightly better than both of the two of them. I probably would say it's around the same way that it'll be around Turf. There's generally a lot of good movement options. Well, more like Hellfish. There's more movement options for it. You've got 3 different routes. Well, not 3 different routes, but 2. Actually, 3 different routes you can more or less go. Technically 2, because 2 are pretty close together, being the spinner and the block. But there's still the 3 different routes. If you're going on the right side, you can drop down, if you want to jump off, and you can take the ramp and hold position behind the spinner, you can take the smaller spinner, jump on top, and you can hold position on the glass block and hold spacebar there. Or if you want to be sneaky, you can go to the left side, and you can get close to the basket and break away easily like that. And of course, if you're seen, then you have to fall back. But you do have the low ground to kind of like sneak away and stick against the wall. You can be caught out, but if you're capable of standing against the wall and you can hide behind that block that's given to it, especially with the wee adjustments to it, some things like undercover and edit and all that do have a bit more advantage going on that block there if they're going in for a wee sneak attack, because they're a bit closer. And then defense is generally alright. The basket's in the same position, holding it can be alright. It's alright, it's generally good. Not much more to say about it. It's just this Rainmaker. It's generally alright. And it has some good stuff with it. On to Mahi. Mahi, despite being despite being sort of butchered compared to Splatoon 1 with the islands being cut down, it's not actually had too bad of a glow down in some places, most notably with turf and zones, as likewise with everything so far. So I actually see they're both still A tier. Zones, actually, now that I think more about it, is probably around the high region. Turf is still good, and you have some movement options. Can be a bit more difficult to get back out, because there's no easy way to climb out the wall. You have the wee two pillars on the side, but it still has some movement options. I'd probably say it's around, I would say it's around hammerhead zones, or hammerhead turf, because you have a lot of different ways you can kind of move around. You do have some retreating options if necessary. Likewise, you can go up to the middle block, you can jump on the bigger block, and then you can go to the wee grate section on the left side. When the water, even when the water lowers, oh sorry, when the water lowers, yeah, when the water lowers you can jump up there. But even without it, you can go to the left side and you have the wee area you can go to, and the sponge of course allows you to get back. And then for zones, you do have a lot of good positions, same thing with it, and you have a lot of good positions to hold against the enemy. The top section is good for pressure, and you can drop right side and jump to the islands for a mix-up if necessary to go and flank around them. Or if you're attacking enemy, or if you're attacking from the left side, you can also take the islands and poke from the sidelines. And of course, when the water goes down, you have high ground advantage there, so it's not too bad. I'd certainly say it's like around. I'd probably say it's the highest we've had so far, because it is generally good. Can be a bit weird on some occasions. Many stages can be like that. But it's all right. I think it's probably around this kind of region, so I think it's pretty good. Tower control is not so lucky, unfortunately. It's still kind of mid. It has some small improvements with the middle block giving you a bit of a defense going around the tower instead of being focused to go into it. But I'd say it's not bad. I'd probably say it's around. I want to say it's around kind of this region more or less, between Undertow and Rainmaker, or Undertow TC and Mincemeat Rainmaker, mainly because of how its layer is. You can still defend in some ways. I'd probably say it's actually a little bit lower. It's slightly better than Hammerhead, but it's still, because it has a few more positions you can hold from. But once the water falls down, it gets pretty snowbally, and unless you really have your specials and your team ready to take down the tower, it can generally be a game over just like that. So it's kind of unfortunate how it's positioned like that. Rainmaker and Clams, though, they're actually pretty good. I think both of them go somewhere solid in B tier, I'd say. So Rainmakers are roughly around there, and then Clams is like probably just a bit higher, perhaps. Mainly because both, like Rainmaker starting with has its quirks. Both of them have their quirks, but Rainmaker specifically has some weirdness with the checkpoint system. Going right side still doesn't feel too much better than going to the left, because left side just got some general things, unless you're going for a speed breakaway. But even then, it's not closer to the goal, it's not got any beneficialness to it, so it's generally going to be funneled to that left side. And defending can be alright. It's got some good cover, and of course, once the water drops, it's not even as snowball as it should be, unless you really wipe the team out. The Rainmaker is forced to stand behind the cover of the blocks and the pillow and just be a bit cautious, and you've generally got good high ground around the checkpoint area for the goal, so it's not too bad. Wouldn't say it's much better than, or much worse than Clamblitz. Clamblitz has some small positions for, I would say it's around somewhere it's kind of an odd position. I do think it has potential to be an A tier. Could potentially be a low A tier, kind of like around Rainmaker for Hammerhead Museum. But it's still not bad. It has a good amount of defense for the basket. Once the water drops, it gets a bit better with the water drop because there's more ground, it's a bit more open. And middle's also alright. Both of them, all of which has been extended. Mahi's been increased in size drastically, so that makes them a bit better. And I think for that size increase in general, I think it can be an A tier. I think I'll put it in B tier for now because of some extra quirks with the left side. Left side can be a bit weird to retake. In terms of getting back to middle, mainly because I've had the islands up. Rainmaker's more notable with the islands change, like when the water's up. Clamlets has its own kind of stuff going to it, but mainly because of how the Rainmaker is. If the Rainmaker's sit in the middle, you can flank around the left side and catch them out, whereas Clamlets, you're not going to be using the islands as much. Inkblot, getting to another Splatoon 2 one. You heard that Mahi used to be a top tier in Splatoon 1. It was a top tier for basically most of its modes. It had good high ground, good defense. The islands give you a lot more mobility. It was awkward. It was a bit more awkward to traverse and miss, more or less, because there was more islands. But if you can get around that awkwardness and the weirdness of jumping from island to island instead of swinging around, it was actually alright. And even then, it had much more height, had much more grounding. You could sneak around. There was like 4 different paths you can take, 5 different paths in some modes. It was good. It was a low risk reward as well. It was pretty good. Yeah, where were we? Inkblot. Inkblot's got a bit of a glow down some stuff. It's also got a slight glow up in some places as well, with some of the features. Turf specifically, I'd say it's a good middle ground to start with. It's probably around Tower Rainmaker. It's got some good movement, and you can get in and out alright. There's not too many ways you can move around in terms of like the right side, because there's no rail to get up and down, but it's still not bad. You still have some good grounding. If left side was a bit better with a way to get out of it, even if it was just a sponge, then it would probably be up a bit more, probably up around here. But I'd say it's around Hagglefish level. I'd say it's like just below it probably, actually. It's okay. Zones on the other hand isn't too bad as well. It's probably around the same region. I think they're actually neck and neck with it. The zone can be difficult to go with because there's still no way you can really go right side without having to go up that inkable ramp. I'd say it's roughly around, I'd say it's like just below Rainmaker because you can't really get out of that right side easily. And obviously the left side does have that one-way drop. You can use the middle block as a good way to get around, and the left blocks on the side to go around as a flank option aren't necessarily as bad. Its stamper can be good to stand there. Some sloshes can hit over the ledge alright, and it can be a good spot to pop Zuka as an alternate angle to catch them out, because it's a little difficult to hit over the back section and kind of catch them out because there's a lot of ground. So by going on that left side, you can mix them up if necessary. You need to be careful. You need to have the right weapon to do that, though. It really depends. Tower control's actually alright as well. I think it's a bit overhyped with some things, but it's generally still solid. I think it is around museum level, more or less because of 2 things notably. The block, of course, people have said before, to get in and out of the middle section is good to get back to your plat, and then the rail on the right side does give you, and not even just a way for attackers to get up, but also a way for defenders to kind of hold as well. It's generally pretty alright. I'm pretty sure the rail's actually there. Just double check and make sure I'm not delusional. Let me just do this. Make sure. Pretty sure it has a rail and tower control. Let me see. Inkblot. It's been a while since I played TC Inkblot, so I'm just double checking myself. Grills, TC, Rainmaker, Clamlets. Yeah. Yeah, figured. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. Wasn't completely confident with it, but there you go. It has a rail. Yeah. And then, of course, defending. The first checkpoint is actually pretty good because you do have some, like, middle wall section, which for some weapons are good to stand up on top of it. But weapons like sloshers and certain shooters can stand behind there and just paint the tower via just set over the wall. So it's not too bad. And, of course, if the enemy team gets that top section, they have an advantage. Defending the section afterwards, going on to the right side or to the tree, is also good for defense for some specials and weapons. So it's not that bad. by holding that area down, you can generally stop them from getting up much further by going to the ramp. Second checkpoint's kind of okay, a bit weirdly positioned, and then, but it's also alright. It can be fine. I think the second checkpoint's fine, but once you get to the third checkpoint, it's kind of it's not snowbally, but it's a bit weird pressure, because by the time they've all gotten to that checkpoint, they're probably going to have pressure over the upper section, and you're only going to be holding up from the top section, like where spawn is really. It's still overall pretty okay. I do think it could have some extra stuff though. It's not bad though. Rainmaker is also not bad. The ramp section to it is only one direction. It can be a bit better. I don't think it's as bad as what people do give it out to be. It is fun to be one direction, more or less, because the left side isn't necessarily as good. But you do have some alternate routes to kind of mix the opponent up via, like, jumping on the block, going on top of the tree, going around the back of the block if you're skilled enough to do that jump, getting a few extra points. But it's still right. I think it's like just top of seed. I think it's like around the top of seed tier. I'll put it like Clamblitz region. Put it around Hammerhead. Still limited in routes, but it has some extra places it can go to, which is not too bad. Not much more to say about it. It's pretty much fine. It's not had many more changes since Splatoon 2. Same with Clamblitz as well. It's still good. It has a lot of different positions you can defend from. Probably not the best of stages to go with Clamblitz, but it's still not bad. You can still play it, and it can be fun. So I'd say it's probably around the same region as Tower Control in some ways, because the ramp's there, and it's also got the left side ink rail with the alternate. You've got a few different ways you can go. And of course, you also have an additional inkable wall as well. So there's technically 3 to 4 different ways you can go, if you really wish to. 5, technically... No, I wouldn't call it 5, but if you're talking about like one of the routes specifically, with the inkable wall climbing up and going onto it on the left side, you can use the ramp on the right side, squibble off the side of it, climb the back of the wall, and then alternate to the other side, and you can mix them up like that. So that's technically a good way you can do with it. Has kind of a hammer, a Sturgeon kind of style with it, where you can alternate from one side to the other. Obviously, this is like Splatoon 2 I'm talking about because the sponge isn't there anymore, but it's still pretty good to go with. Speaking of Sturgeon, it's up next. We're storming through this. We're about, what is that? We're getting close to the end of the base stages. We've got 3 of the base stages left before we get into the new season stuff. So we got a little bit left. I'm gonna change the song quickly. It just ran out. Let's see. Let us put on one more Splatoon song before we switch up. Let me see. Alright, that should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright. So, Sturgeon, you have had a very misfortunate life over the course of Splatoon, the transition to Splatoon 3, unfortunately. So, starting with Turf, it's still fine. It's the kind of same position it was. It's probably a tiny bit worse with how it's been kind of turned down. Don't think there's been too many changes, pretty for now. But it has been kind of glowed down about with a lot of different modes. Still probably around like a C, low B tier probably. Could still be alright to play on. Generally a lot of ground spawn it's not bad to defend, but once players get up it can be pretty annoying to break back through. So I'd say it's around roughly here, I'd say. There is a lot of ways you can go around. The spin is pretty fun to go around, and there are a lot of routes. Going right side can be alright as well. Zones is a pretty weird one. You've really got the main thing with Sturgeon is that you've got to hold spinner. If you don't hold spinner with like 90% of the modes, you're going to lose a lot of the time. Or as some people call it, bridges. I call it spinners or flippers, because they spin or flip. They create bridges, but they don't bridge. I'll just call them bridges for the sake of it. But the way bridges have for them, like the main thing you want to hold. If you don't hold them, then it's generally game over. As especially the case with zones, which if that is it's the main thing with it, and I guess the main gimmick with it. but being forced to hold down that area and like a lot of the time can be a bit intrusive and can be a very annoying process that's very repetitive. So I generally would say that it's, while still kind of playable, once someone gets the spinners, or sorry, the bridges, it's generally difficult to push up because they can get the spinner. I'm just gonna call it spinner. I keep calling it bridges, but I said I call it bridges, but I'll just call it spinners since they spin. The spinner sections, like once they get on top of them and then they get on top of the stack or the sniper areas, it's really hard to get past that because it's got high ground. You've got angles on all kinds of positions and sights on the right and the left and all that, so it's just hard to sneak around and get into it. With that in mind, I would say it's still alright. I think it's actually a bit worse than Mincemeat Zones, because while Mincemeat does have its own quirks, retaking on this stage can be very difficult. Even with the right side adjustment, it's still very difficult. They're very much the same kind of region. I'll probably put it slightly above, mainly because of the right side difference compared to the Mincemeat, because Mincemeat doesn't have many ways you can pressure the zone once they get on top of your section, onto your side. But with the side, you have the right side to poke on top of it. So it does have its own stuff with it, but it's not much better. And of course it can be difficult to pull back out as well, because there's only one real way you can get out, outside the sponge. The sponge is going to be pretty much pressured all the time if they see you paint it, so it can be pretty difficult to get out. Tower control is also kind of inflexible as well. The sponge isn't there, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Even if it was there though, it does cause it's difficult to pressure the tower in some ways. The first checkpoint's not bad. Second checkpoint is really weird. It's kind of crushed in there and yet in like in the middle section, and it can be difficult to get some stuff, and you really have to rely on fall-offs and light weapons that can deal damage from high ground, so sloshers and rollers and blasters that can poke around ledges. I'd still say it's better than some modes, but it's really weird. I think it's probably around Rainmaker level for ETL. It does give you some routes, but it's still awkward to push in with and hold defense, especially with the last checkpoint as well. Rainmaker is still okay. The sponge isn't there to give the alternate route jump from Splatoon 2, but it's still okay. And I think just for that, still giving you a split checkpoint to alternate between them. Even if you're going to be going left side, you still have the right side as an option, more or less, to jump from the spinner. I still think it does give you an option, and I think it does give it something to go with. It's probably around the same region. I think it actually does stick around something like Hammerhead, where you do have some ways you can go, but it's kind of in a weird position. I think it's around the same way as Inkblot, actually. I think that's a fine way to put it. The spinning thing in the middle is weird when you throw a tactical or it's like glued to it. Oh yeah, I've seen it before. I tried doing it. It just sticks to it. It's the same thing with beacons and all that. They just kind of sit on it and don't do anything. Gravity, never heard of them. At least for them. And finally for Sturgeon, there's clams. This one's very... it's really annoying. Like I said before, the spinner is going to be the main thing you're going to be holding with this. This is really notable for it. This is not a good example of it. It is... I honestly would say it's F tier, mainly because of that. I'm going to put it on low D tier because I'm feeling a bit generous with it. But once you hold that spinner, again, it's like, unlike with zones where you are hitting that kind of region and you can kind of make it work the right side, this area, if you're using the right side, it's generally not going to work out because they can just jump to the grate behind it and they can hold it more. It's kind of weird. Alright, Sturgeon's in a very weird position with it. It's the same thing with this. It's a bit worse than zones, mainly because of, like I said, the basket position. It's mainly because of the basket position. The spinner thing is okay, because unlike with zones, the objective is behind it. Oops, didn't mean to do that. The objective is behind it, and you can go on the right side to flank around it. The objective is at your base. And if you're going to defend it, you need to, and I really mean you need to focus on that top section if they're going to be holding it and paint the whole area. If the basket was further back and you had to really, I mean, like, leap off of the top of the building further than what Wahoo has to break it on Glamblitz, then it wouldn't be as bad. Like, I mean properly, like, because it's so high up, unlike Wahoo, and there's no other high ground, it's higher than it. Because on Wahoo World, if you think about it, if you think about Wahoo World, you've got the upper section, the lower ramp that goes up to it, and then the high ground to the side of it. That high ground compresses the lower ground to that, and that lower ground you need to jump off of to actually break the basket, but we can throw clams on into the basket once it's broken. And of course, pressure can be dealt with it from the upper section. So it is still possible there, and it's definitely better. But unlike that with Sturgeon, you don't have any extra high ground. The right side's the closest thing you have to that, and that's level. So basically, most weapons, like Squeezer, V-Shot, can just deal with you and just continue to move around. It's not good enough. If there was a bit more like upper section, like extended out a bit more, like with Mincemeat, with extra ramp chains to give on zones, and TC, I think, as well. Zones, Turf and TC, it would be a bit better. But it's not the case, and it's just really bad, because it's a very high ground. It's also taller than what the Wahoo thing is as well. It's very difficult to pressure. It's one of the stages where verticality is the issue with it. With that top section. Again, move the basket back, give more pressure to the right side, it probably bumps it up to at least a C tier, maybe mid C tier. But unfortunately, it's going to be around the region of E-Tail. On to Mega Mart. On another occasion, we have got some good stages here. A good mode. We have got Mega Mart Turf. Really nice. Lots of different ways you can move around. There's a lot of good defense. The spawn region's got some good painting. Alternate routes you can get moving in and out. The left side is like a bit tight. It's my only gripe really with the stage on most modes. Is the left side. It's too skinny. Or mainly the side routes. They're too skinny. If they're widened just a bit more, then it would be a bit better. And you can just move around. Or just add an ink rail on top section and allow you to go around it and like go down to where the far left side is, where you can just poke over the ledge on the enemy's right section, right stack. So it's generally okay there, and it's even outside of that factor, there's good movement, good cover, everything's paintable, nothing's really biased in many ways, and you can't really camp the enemy out as many exquisitely easy. So it's generally good. I think it goes with zones as well. Zones is also like, I'd say it's probably around the same range as Mahi, probably right roughly around here. It's like pretty damn good. You can press the zone, you can move around a bit easier, or pretty easy. What else? Holding your spawn can be a bit difficult on the right side and left side, both wise, but they're not too bad. You just need to be careful about holding your stack. I do think it could have potentially been better with holding stack. If you can pressure stack on the left side a bit better, and you can go on the right side a bit better, easily S tier. It'll easily be an S tier, but I do think it's just slightly below Mahi in some ways, because pressure in the zone can be a bit difficult in some ways. Can I please grab it? Thank you. Stay back here. It's still really good. I'm not denying that. It's good to play on. If you're saying rotation, you should play it, and you should learn how to play it because it's good. Tower control is also pretty good as well. Probably not the same level as zones. It's probably just below it. I'd say it's around Clan Blitz level for museum. Still some good ways you can pressure. Taking the tower onto that low section and putting the tower immediately on low ground gives you the advantage to pressure and take down the tower, and it's very good. Having any space where the high ground can pressure the tower and look down on it is good, because pressure is very much needed for the tower, because that special advantage that you get from tower. And once you break past that first checkpoint, if you're capable of jumping onto their side, you've got a clean shot at holding the second checkpoint and breaking through. Just boom, 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 like that, and it can really snowball. But unlike other stages that have snowbally stuff like that, this one you need to work for to get to. You need to break through the first checkpoint, defend yourself from getting shot, then you need to jump onto the stack, or the general, like, not stack, well, the bunker, the stack, the stack, and hold that area. If you fail to hold that area and you have to retreat, they get to pressure the tower. It's the kind of case where if you are able to defend it, then it's hard to break through. It's hard for the enemy to break through the second checkpoint, and maybe the third one as well. But if you can break through, and you can hold that top section as the attackers, defending it is very difficult, and you need to really work for it on the left side and use the rail and just kind of break through again. It's pretty difficult to, because they're all like, you're right up in your spawn. Like, here's the tower path, here's your spawn, this is the region between it. If they hold that region, it's gone, pretty much. Rainmaker is also pretty good as well. It has another split path, likewise with Undertow. I probably say it's around the same region as it, because you have a split path, one that's a fast breakaway. I'd say it's a bit worse with the right side, but it's still good. Like, breaking away fast on the right side, you can get a quick break, and it's close to a checkpoint, you can make some easy points. If you need to make a Hail Mary play, something like that. Or you can go the slower left side, which is safer, and you can break away there, and you can take it either down the lower section, or you can jump on top of the upper section, and you can jump across onto the grate, which granted isn't necessarily as needed, but if you need to, then you can just jump up there, jump across to the grate, and just walk over and dunk the Rainmaker via the upper section. It's not a clean jump, you have to kind of jump on the wall, the Rainmaker go at the end, and then jump on it. So it's kind of a bit weird there. But it's still good, it's still very good. I recommend playing anything about Mako Mart is good, in general. And finally for Mako is Clams. This one, I'd probably say is the worst of the modes, I think. It's probably around the same region as Turf. I think it's actually just around here, probably. And the main reason I have because of this, outside the left side and right side tiny funnel areas, which even then, if I should just say, even with those tiny areas, you can still climb the wall to get out and use that block, and you can retreat out very easily and just hold space and kind of push and pull. But it's just a bit skinny there, and it can be a little bit wider for a bit more ground, make it a bit easier. But the main thing with this isn't necessarily just because of the left and right side for flanking, but also more so because of how the baskets are placed. They are really close together. If you try swimming from your basket to their basket, the enemy's basket, it is very quick. It takes like 10 seconds, not even 10 seconds. And can probably, if you have swim speed or opening gambit, like 6 seconds, 5 seconds at least, or tactical in some places as well. It's really quick to get to that other basket, and it can generally break away, and you can really turn the tides just really easy like that. Excuse me. It's still good nonetheless. You have some good defense of the basket. Left side on stack can be a bit hard to retake, but right side's not that bad if you're able to hold that. The main thing about this is you want to hold stack, and if you can hold that stack, then you're fine. Holding the right side can also work, but low ground, it doesn't really work since the others have the stacks to go against. It's still okay. I actually would put this about lower because of the basket thing. It's around the same region. I wouldn't think they each have their own trade-offs, and they're not bad. I think they're fine how they are. And finally, for the last normal stage before the seasonal updates, is Wahoo World. Or something that I like to call it. I like to call it the Wahoo World. Anyways, Turf. It's okay. It's alright. It's nothing more to say about it. I think it's probably around the same region as like Mincemeat, Tower Control here roughly. I'd say it's roughly around the same region for Tower Control and Tower Control and Mahi and Museum, or sorry, Hammerhead. And that's mainly because the routing can be a bit weird. You still have some good things that can work with it. The bridge does make it a bit awkward to get in. Likewise, the main thing is the bridge that makes it awkward. If the bridge had different mechanics or gave you a different way to get in, or was open the whole time, anything like that, it would be a lot better. Probably go to like B, maybe A tier. But the bridge makes it a bit difficult to move in. You have to like go underneath, you have to go on the right side, which is slower with the uninkable. Some specials can struggle there. Kraken being one of the more notable ones. Strikes. Well, not strikes because you're already in swimming form, but stuff like that. Going underneath is the main way you can really kind of flank. That's what the devs wanted to do with it when they first put in Splatoon 2. But the spinners are generally difficult. The turntable's good at the bottom section. The carousel, the turntable at the bottom, is alright. It's just the way they're positioned is that they're either going to be in the right position to get in, or they're going to be in the wrong position. And it's very much a trade-off, and you have to. It really kind of favors one position or another, depending on what's happening with it. It really depends. Zones, on the other hand, is actually probably the best of the few. I'd say it's probably around, maybe not A tier material, it's close to A tier, but I'd say it's around like high B tier. Probably just over, just below TC and just over Rainmaker. The only gripe I have with this is mainly because it's the left side. One thing I've mentioned a lot of my streams, especially like on zones or on like all kind of any mode that I'm really playing, mainly zones because I play a lot of zones with it, is the left side. It's difficult to push on the left side, and you're not close. The main thing about the left side is you want to break away with like some sort of like massive special, so Zuka or Vac, Crab Tank, Strikes or Bria Bomb, something that allows you to get in to that left side to poke in, and it's a bit too far back. You can still poke the zone, but it's a bit too far back to really do some damage, and the enemies can generally move around because there's a lot of open space. If you can go a bit further to the left side and flank around through the left side, going through the building, it would be like, it would easily be A tier. Could potentially be contesting for something like could be contesting for something like Mako or Mahi in some places. Roughly that region, if it would be, but unfortunately, because of the left side difficulties it's got, especially sometimes with coordination, it can be a bit kind of cheesy to get in some places. It really relies on some things like zones G's to get in if you're going left side like that. Oh god. But B tier, so not bad for it. Tower control also kind of in B tier, I think. Left side when pushing up is not bad. I think it's actually roughly between, I'd say it has some roots and some defense, so I'd say it's roughly about in this region, mainly because of how the positioning is for the tower. The first checkpoint is not bad, and you can pressure it with your side before they get in. They have high ground with the tower advantage, but you can get up to the tower and you can kind of go around it without having the issues with it as bad. And unlike unlike on other modes, the bridge doesn't open as much. It has like a wee middle section you can jump onto the side, and you can pressure with the wee like how to say it, it's like the wee, if you're going left side, you have a wee like unequal spot you can kind of sit on top, and you can hold that spot there if you want to get the tower. You can also stand behind the ledge, and you can use Slosher on it as well, so it's not too bad in some places. Could be better, but it's okay. The main issue is where it comes to the second and third checkpoint. Second checkpoint isn't as bad, but it's a bit far back for my liking for defending, and it's a bit attacker favored because it's in a very good position to kind of hold against it. And then the third checkpoint gets pretty snowbally down to being a lack of defense in some places. Not as much. You can really kind of look around. There's not many alternate angles. Just you're looking at the tower, and that's kind of it. Because it goes around the far left side, and that's kind of how it is there. If you're sitting on the block in the middle of it where it goes around, you can work with it. But if you're not ready for it, then it can be a bit weird. It's still not bad. The main problem is the second checkpoint, and of course some positional things with the left side on that main pressuring point. But if you have long range, like a Splatling or a Jet or Squeezer, then that top left section can be pretty good to hold for the first checkpoint, potentially. And Rainmaker. This is very interesting. It's not bad, actually. It can have its issues. I don't think it's as good as anything. I think it's a little bit better than TC. I think it's probably just around that region. There's not too many routes you can really break away with it. Left side and right side have their own kind of quirks. Right side would be good for a fast breakaway, but it doesn't have any sort of special jump that you can really go with. And even after you break the right side, you still have to go up the ramp into middle, and you're going to be funneling to the same position, really. Like, the two, like, you have the Rainmaker in the middle, on the top of it, and the spinners are also back as well, so that's, or the bridges, the open closing bridges, they're on a timer, come back as well, so it also does make it a bit weird. But going right side and dunking, or going left side and dunking, will still push you to the same region, much more quicker than you expect. Going left side is generally the better play though, with pressuring, because of how it's laid out. The enemy has to get a bit further around, and right side's still alright to defend. I feel like they could have extended the upper section where the rail is a bit further out for more kind of width, because it can be cleared out by blaster a bit too easily, and you can really be forced back. But it's okay. It needs a few changes in some ways, but it's still fine to work with, and it's still functional as a stage. Just can feel a bit convoluted sometimes, and you feel like you're fighting more against the stage than you're fighting against the enemy. And Clams is generally alright. There's not much more to say about it. It's probably around the same region as Zones, probably slightly below. I'd say it's like just below Rainmaker. It kind of has a similar thing to Inkblot. It's got a few routes you can take to the basket. You can go down below. You can go, unlike the other modes as well, you can go under the spinners now. The walls, the inkable blocks on the carousel don't actually move. Or they do move, but they generally keep themselves in a kind of region where, what am I saying? They don't do any of that. I'm sorry, I'm gaslighting all you guys. No. Basically, the carousel's back, and you can move up and down the blocks, but you can also go underneath them as well, and you can move freely around the carousel very easily. There's no like you have to go up against the wall, jump down over the side. You just go round and round, and it's all right. And of course, the bridge is still open and closed, and so that's kind of an iffy to it. And it can create some weird kind of positions for breaking away, but even with that, it's still okay because the left side does have its own perks to go in that way. You can go far on the left side, which if you do manage to break through, you can break through if you're careful enough with stealth. And of course, if you're going like through the middle section and not up on top of the bridge area, you can break through holding that pillow area where the pillow is, or you can go underneath the spinners and you can follow in. You can go for a quick breakaway if the enemy isn't expecting it as a mix-up. So you do have some options. It's not too big of an option. If the enemy expects it, then it's kind of limited, but it can still work in some ways. It's not bad. And with that, that's the first half. We are halfway through. We're making good time for when the rotation ends. We're trying to speed through a lot of these and get through a bunch of these so we can get into Rainmaker later on. But we'll get our opinion for these. Starting with the new season changes, Brinewater Springs. If this was at the start of the season, it would be terrible. But it is just a little bit better in some ways. Turf, it's okay. It's pretty bad in some ways. I'd say it's probably D tier, mainly because you can get spawn camps pretty easily. The right side extension is nice and does give you some options, but it still isn't really enough to help you get out your spawn. You can jump left side a bit easier and you can jump out. I think for that, it might just be the best D tier one, might be a high C tier, but I think I'll put it on D tier, mainly because you could still be camped out and you still need to push up a bit further. Defending can be a bit weird. Zones is actually around the same region. I want to maybe say it's just, I wouldn't say it's a tiny bit better because the blocks aren't there. Maybe they are there, I can't remember exactly. I think they might be. Let me just double check on the Wikipedia. Make sure. Don't know if it's actually on there. Let me just double check. Let's see. Brinewater Springs layout after the update. You do not have one, or do you? No, you don't. It could be to get to it. I need information. Okay, well. It doesn't show the block on the far side for zones, but if it is there on zones, it would be pushing up a bit more. I want to think it actually is. Even then, getting out the right side is still a bit better for it. So it does have its own ways, and you can actually hold that left side a bit easier to pressure the zone specifically. So it's not necessarily bad. It's not as good as Mincemeat, because you can still get spawn cams, and you can get, it's very difficult to hold the zone. It's got the opposite case of E-Tail, where it's too small of a zone. It could be a bit bigger, but there was a tiny change for the zone's size. It's like a tiny bit bigger. Not enough though for how its size is worth. Tower control, it's still rubbish. It's terrible. I'd say this is actually your second F tier stage. It's really, really hard to hold the tower. Once it gets past the first checkpoint, it is difficult to keep it in place and generally hold it in position. The devs did try their best, or they tried something with extend the right side, giving more ground, but it's generally not enough. The main thing they had to do with that right side, if they really wanted to make it good for holding that as an alternate path to get in, is they had to either extend it back at a ramp, like you have like here's where the right side, here's the glass, you drop down, here's the lower section. What they had to do, what they really have to do, is pull it out, add a wee ramp, or add another section to go up, and that really gives you space. Or at the very least, make that wall that just goes down like past the uninkable section onto the lower ground inkable, so you can just retreat back. There's no reason for why it shouldn't be like that. You can't jump to it. There's no way for the enemy get to it. It's your ground. It's to the base. The only real way the enemy can get to it is if they jump from the tower onto your section, then go back around. But at that point, it's just useless because you're just giving up free ground. It's kind of like a man to boat situation. And yeah, of course, once you get the third checkpoint, it's still not good enough defense. It's generally difficult to hold. Rainmaker, on the other hand, is still kind of weird. It's got some. The first roughly section with the checkpoint is still bad, but likewise with some of those stages, like Museum, breaking it away and just getting it out of the way does give you a bit more flexibility with some grounding. So ignoring that first breakaway, there are some ways you can defend it. It's still weird, but the change they did to the upper ramp section, instead of making it a bland area, does give you some advantage for defending and pressuring. It's pretty even in some ways. So honestly, I say this is actually not too bad, and I think it's roughly around... I'd say it still has its issues, but I'd say it's just above, like, what's it called, Sturgeon zones. It does give you, it's still restricted and like once you jump down, you're really screwed and you can't really get back out. But you can get out the side routes with the jump. The block isn't there, unfortunately, but you can still jump on the smaller block and then jump back up for events. And up near the goal, you can smash it into the goal a bit easier. You can, well, not smash it into the goal, but you can get points a little bit easier with some extra like bits of defense with the pole and the block adjustments. And then of course with defending, you can also use the grate on the left side as a bit of extension to it, so it's not necessarily as bad as what it is. It's certainly fine. I wouldn't say it's that great though, and still, you still don't really want to play this over other things, but it can still be okay. And Clanwood's still pretty good in some ways. Not the greatest. I think it's a bit overhyped with the rail, because the rail isn't necessarily good enough to make it really worth it. The basket is in a very weird place. It's like too far back to be good for pressuring, but it's too far forward for defense, if that makes any sense. It's very weird. It's in a very weird spot, but it's still functional. I'd say it's just below zones of Ingblots. You can still play it. You can still have something going with it. And the mid block changes were nice as well. It gives you a bit more flexibility. It feels smoother running around it and gives you more defense, so it's not necessarily bad. And favors a bit better with some weapons like Blaster and Stamper and all that. So it's not bad. Or Splatana. Some Splatanas. Alright, let's change the music up. Shall we? This one's coming to an end. Oops, that's what I want to do. Let's see. Let's go with a different game for once, shall we? Let me mix up a bit. Let's do this, shall we? Let me just make sure this is right. Yeah, let's go with this. Hello, Philip. Hello, Crispy. Which Crispy? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. We're on to next. Flounder! One of the Splatoon 1 goats that have sadly been trashed a bit. Was the best map mode for Octo Nouveau outside of Flounder zones. Best map mode for Octo Nouveau. Some stages can be good for Brush Nouveau. Beacon can be good for like more larger stages, so things like Museum are good for it in some ways. Ones that have good cubby holes can be alright as well. Bluefin is not a bad one as well for some modes. What else? Marlin can be good for it. Lumeri can be good for it. Big stages that have a lot of different ways you can get to and have difficulty with it can be good. What else? I'm thinking Manta can be good for it as well. Manta's pretty alright for Brush Nouveau. Storm's good for things like Zones and Rainmaker, where they've got to force it through a few different cubby holes. And holding stack can be a bit weird, but you can still make it work. And holding right side can be more or less alright. There's just a few examples. There's definitely more, but those are the main ones I can think of for some things. Mako can also be alright as well. Mako Zones is not bad. where were we? Yeah, Flounder. In terms of how Flounder is, it did, likewise, as I said before, it got butchered from Splatoon 1, the right tunnel being taken out, it being kind of crunched down a bit into the Splatoon 3 format is pretty bad, but it still has some notable things to talk about, especially with the main update getting some of its greats returning in some ways, so that's pretty nice. Zones specifically, it's fine. It's nothing more to talk about. It's still a good one to go on, and you should play it if it's on rotation because it's pretty fun, and it has some good things to go around with. It has some good routes to go into mid. I would say it's roughly around high B tier. I'd say it's like just around Museum and we call it Museum, TC, and Mahi Clams. It's good, and then Zones, while still north of a good bit, it's still good. It's certainly an A tier. I think that's a very weird position for it to be. It's still an A tier, not too high of an A tier, but it's fine for the most part. I think it is around roughly Clams Mako. A bit further down from the other zone ones, but it has generally alright movement. You can still get around the zones. It's just going to be a bit kind of... It's going to be a very patient map. You want to stay alive on Flounder, and you're really going to be holding ground to get special, and then you're going to force in. Unless your weapon is designed to just go whwa and push in and really do some damage. You've got 1 hour left to live. That's not good. I'm really sorry to hear that. Now, hope me make the last of the hour really good. I call it Flounder TC. It's weird. If they changed it from going from the left side down, or like off the grate and into the lower section, they changed that to going down over the up over the higher section, so you don't really have as much usage of the left or the right side of your spawn. What the rail is, so for that, it definitely bumps it down a lot into a B tier. I'd say it's roughly around... I don't know. I'd say it's around the same as Mako in a way. It has some weird positions. It's probably no, Mako. Wahoo. It's probably worse than Wahoo because it's got some weirdness. Actually, no, things are in the same position, just in a different format. So like just above Wahoo. More so because of its we call it positioning. First checkpoint's alright. Second checkpoint's very weird. Third checkpoint again can be a bit snowbally. You mainly want to have long range to pressure it, and it can work. So it's not bad, but you really have to be having long range on it. It's very held to the right side. If you things like V-Jet or C-Jet, Squeezer, Splatlings, Hydra, holding that right side and pressing the tower from that position on the area the rail is, especially with the Grey extension. Actually, nothing more, but that rail extension does make it better, so I will bump up 1 more tier. Maybe 2. We'll put it around here. Because of that right side giving you a bit more pressure on the tower to hold that second checkpoint, but it is in a very strange position. Rainmaker, on the other hand, it's fine. The checkpoint system's kind of weird, but it's not that bad. I'd say it's around the same way as kind of how Turf is, probably a little bit below. You still have some routes to work with, and it can be functional. It's just, for how it is, defending can feel very difficult in some places. I do think it can be challenging to defend. And it feels very clumped together, especially on that left side, when the enemy's breaking away on the far left side checkpoint of yours. And in Glamblitz, it's probably around the same area as TC. It's probably... where did I put TC actually? Crap, I've lost TC. Where is it? Well, what do you do with TC? There it is. It's probably around the same region as TC, but I'd say it's a little bit worse because of how difficult it can be to defend the basket. The basket is not a bad position. It could maybe be a bit more to the right so that you can defend from the upper section a bit better, but it's not too bad. I'd still think it's like just around here though. It can be okay. It's generally okay. What else? Now we're on to... Oh, here we go. This is going to make me happy. Umami Ruins. If this... I'm going to say right off the bat, for Zone specifically, if this was pre-patch, like, B tier. Easily. B... It's just no. I don't know what people are on. I'm just gonna get my opinion with this. I don't know what people were saying when it came to we call it Umami Zones being an A tier stage, being better than Crab Leg, partly Ship Shape, and even Barnacle in some ways before it's got its reworks. I really don't know what people think about it. I can maybe see it, but I do not understand it. Nowadays though, go ahead with it. It is very good. It's turf. Many options to go with. Many Surge, Squid Roll, just good spawn. It is an A tier. It's a French kiss. It's beautiful. Spawn's so much better. I'd say it's probably around. I'd say it's just above Hammerhead. I'd say it's roughly around. Do you know? Actually, no. I disagree. I think it's actually way up here. This is the highest. This is like the best turf map that I think so far we've had on the list. There'll be some later on, but this is like the best turf map we've had so far. It is good. There's a lot of good ways you can defend. Mega ways you can push. You've got a sponge in your base. It's so good, actually. And the whole right side extension with the rail and the blocks in the middle. Oh my god, I feel like I'm in heaven. And to keep the train rolling with the heavenliness, we're going straight to zones. Also, a magnificent stage. Wouldn't say it's crazily good. It does lack some place and it can be a bit hard to push into, but it's honestly pretty alright. I would say it's around, just around the middle between Museum and Mako. It's good. It's solid. If you're able to be coordinative and like hold your spawn and not let them push up, it's great. And it has a lot more options to push up. They're not pushing you back into your spawn. It's brilliant compared to the wee dinky block they were sat on before, where you would be sat up here and the enemy would have the whole ground. You now have a full upper right side section. The left side section still exists there with some. The left side section has its kind of region with it. But the enemy can still push up there. But that doesn't even matter because you've got the full right side section. You can get up to your right side faster, and if you can get down there, it's just generally smooth. It's so good. You played Clams Umami for the first time after the rework in series last night, and it was amazing. You won every game you played on. Previously lose every game. Well, there you go. Results speak for themselves. It is mwah. We'll get to them in a minute. Hello there, welcome. You're sure there's no Esther stage yet? I might shift some stuff around before we go into X rank. Still got about an hour to do this, and we still have a few stages to go through. I'm going to try and get through them. We can just shuffle some stuff around. I'm mainly putting this up. This is like perfect. I might put one of Umami's versions up here. It will really depend, but that's pushing it in some places. But we'll see. TC, really good in some ways. I think it's just a little bit worse than Zones. We'll probably put it around Mako area. It's brilliant though. You've got good ground to hold. The checkpoints are still in a very interesting position, but they're not bad. The first checkpoint's kind of weird because it's on high ground, but it's not the worst thing because you can still pressure it with some long range things like Crab Tank and Jet. And even then, break it away, you get to the second checkpoint and third checkpoint, you can hold a lot easier. And there's a lot more ground. Just keep the paint down, and it's very difficult to get on top of that section. If you don't paint, it's very easy. Rainmaker. Again, similar to how Brine Water and Museum are, breakaway quick, many options. It's brilliant. And unlike, where am I going? Unlike Museum Rainmaker, what am I looking for? Well, I thought you brought Museum Rainmaker. I've lost my own stage. I don't even know where my rankings are on this. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What was it, Brine Water? Unlike Brine Water Rainmaker, it's got some good routes to go with. It has, like, you can go to the far left side on top of the grates to make some mix-ups. You can go to the middle section. You can go to the middle to jump on the block. You can go to the far right side. You can switch around. Go to the right side, then go to the left side block. It's so nice. There's so many ways you can go, and defending's not that bad as well. You'll generally lose a lot of points how the stage is laid out, but it's good. It's like, oh, here's Museum. It's like just around Museum level. I'd probably say it's like roughly around here. The worst of the modes, but it's not, does not mean it's out of the question. It is. Mwah, it's nice. Just realized we're going a bit of a pattern with this one. And then clams, to finish it off, is really nice. I'm not sticking it here. We're not going to have this layer like this. Come on, move. Not having this layer, but I want to do it for fun. 4 in a row. Anyways, yeah, with clams, it's also pretty solid. Basket does feel like it's in a teensy bit of a weird position. Could be a bit further back. Because I feel like you can break a bit too easy by going underneath that section, but that might just be down to like how holding can be. Holding that little section underneath the grate can be a bit weird, but it's still fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You just need to know how to hold it. I do think it is the worst of the modes out of Mahi, Umami. But what about okay? Actually, interesting. What about tower control? Actually, tower control here, but it's still really alright. It's probably around Mako's situation. Probably like a slight bit better than Mako because you have good defense. As it's around here, but when it comes to the basket region, it can be a teensy bit enticing to deal some pressure, so it can be a bit difficult with it. And Octobrush Nova will mean you couldn't do anything on Umami before the patch. Now you can. Yeah, Brush generally struggled a little bit in some places. I mean, Ink Brush is good in all Clan Blitz modes morally. So most modes. Some maps actually it doesn't really do that great in, but it still is alright. Manta. Back to Splatoon day stage. Turf is fine. It's got some good stuff. I wouldn't say it's quite A-tier material. I think it does have some weirdness with it. Actually, no, I do think it's A-tier. I think it's like just around Mako level. Maybe a little bit worse than Mako. Maybe just, I think it actually is around that. Yeah, a little bit worse. Just a little bit worse. Mainly because of bunker. But if you are able to hold the right side and pressure bunker, you could still do damage. It still is functional. Moving on from that, quickly, speed run through that. Zones. This is actually not that bad of a stage. A bunker is very weird for it. If bunker was like a bit easier to hold in pressure, it will probably around here, but I think it's just missing out of A tier, unfortunately, because of how bunker is. Taking back right side and holding that right side with like almost any ranged weapon, like paintbrush can be a weapon, even something like paintbrush, just sitting there with paintbrush and just kept holding that area before going in with missiles or wave breaker is something to do. Holding bunker with something like Splatlings is notable as well, but the reason for it is just that bunker can be very difficult to pressure. Even going left side, if left side was better to go around bunker, or right side was better to pressure bunker, or just middle was better to pressure bunker, or anything was better to pressure bunker, or bunker was worse, then yeah, it would definitely be able to just get out of the way and just up it goes. Tower control. It's interesting. I think tower control is fine. It's around B tier material as well. I'd say it's around. It's like roughly over Hammerhead, I think. I think Hammerhead Zones is just falling a bit. Actually, I think it's just below it. Mainly because of how the secondish checkpoint is kind of treated, and third checkpoint anyway. It's good pressure still. It's just in some ways it can be difficult because of how narrow the hallways feel. Even with the change to having the hallway wider, pressuring can be pretty difficult if you don't have the right tools. In some ways, it's pretty challenging. Remember Splatoon 2 1. Manda zones and got 1 point. Oh, the infamous 1 point. Yes, I too have experienced that a few times. In some modes, I just Splatoon 2, I think I got like 0.2 one time. It was dumb. It was very sad, man. RIP to that 1 point. What am I doing? Yeah. You can go right side defend the tower, right? Yeah, you can go right side at the second checkpoint, you're correct. Yeah, it's just sometimes it can be a bit weird with that. It's generally favored by attackers unless you have a blaster or a slosher, mainly those two, or a hydra on the grate for the back and on the mast. It's still a bit weird to do it. It's in a very convoluted spot. Bear in mind, I'll say this, bear in mind I'm taking both partially competitive but a lot more on the casual side of things into mind, because I'm not really in the competitive scene. I don't really have any sort of reference to so. And I'll say right now, I have no right in saying that I have any competitive experience with it. I am not official with it. If you want some experience from it, go ask some of the more professional players that are in the more the competitive scene. They probably wouldn't even mention these modes because zones only, but still. I am more in the mix of everything. So I kind of view for everything. I'm trying to kind of make a good balance with it. But if it's competitive, it certainly is a bit more up here and like close to A tier. But here with casual, it's certainly around here because it can be a bit weird to pressure that section with teammates. With Rainmaker on Manta, it's also alright. I just think this is potentially A tier material. I think it's like just getting A tier for a few reasons. Number one being the split checkpoint system. It's pretty good. You don't really have much of a reason to really pick one or the other. It just depends on what's happening. If everyone's on the left side, you go right side, and vice versa. And also, once you break past the checkpoint, like left side, you can go on top of the section, where you can go on top of the uninkable with the checkpoint jump, and then walk across and go behind it. No one really does that. I don't know why. It's brilliant. It's a really good mix-up. Or you can just go through the middle section and just jump down with the squib roll, or just jump down in general. Get some quick points. And going right side, again, you can go through the middle section, or you can go down the left or the right side, jump down into the lower section from the lower like right ledge. Or if you fancy and you want to mix it up, just go into the right rail on the very far side, jump around the block that's that severs that kind of wall here, like checkpoint, wall, lower region, wall. Jump around that section, you get a few points, and mix them up if no one's there. And it puts you in a good position for cover as well if literally no one's there and they're all on the high section just ahead of the mast. And finally for Manta, clams. It's okay. It's probably just better. It's probably around the same as zones. Can be a bit weird to pressure with a basket. Again, mainly because of bunker. It's probably a little bit worse because bunker is going to be more prevalent in this situation. Because you can go around the back and then sit on top of it, you can maybe hold. Actually, no, I think it's like a little bit better because bunker can be a bit hard to hold. But it still has that kind of situation. You hold bunker, you can really make it so that the basket might close, but you can just hold a bunker and wait for your teammates to get back with beacons or with any sort of special. Pop some strikes, throw them at the side of the bunker, the walls that they climb up, or just throw them over the wall, or pop a jet there. It's generally good for holding, and it can be difficult to pressure. But otherwise, right side still is good, and you can get a good flank. If the right side had a bit more openness to go on the right side to pressure the basket, it probably would be an A tier. Like this would be up here, probably above Rainmaker, if it was a bit wider. Likewise with Rainmaker, it would also be a bit higher up with with Turf. Maybe not like, I mean, yeah, roughly there. It would be a bit higher, roughly around here probably, if it was a bit better right side. It's my kind of gripe with Manta as it is. There's no real way to get far left side. There's no rail, there's no island or block, there's no extension. You have that jump and that can be caught out like with the grates or bunker. And it's just like, if no one's there, that's where you go in. But if someone's there, you can't really go in. You go in bunker and you just rotate around. And then of course right side, that's going to be where you're holding. Your main thing is going to be holding on the right side, and then someone's going to be holding bunker. Like for the high ground. Alright, next rework stage. One of the more better ones that have been reworked. This, again, likewise with Umami, zones and all that, tower control, way lower. All these, I don't think any of these, in my opinion, and maybe Calamblets would not even break A tier. I think all these pre-patch would be B tier. Maybe Turf would be a bit A tier, but pre-patch, most would be B tier. They are not good. Now though, they have some use with it. Turf is certainly fun to play on. It has a good bit of options. Maybe not too many as I think it is. It's not as good as Umami in some places for Turf, but it certainly is still fun. I'd say it's roughly just below zones, I'd say. The right side giving you that, get rid of that glass, the spawn region being bigger, having a better right side to poke at the upper section if necessary. The wall, like the section where the block is being like squid rollable, it's good. It's good. Lots of goodiness. Likewise as well with zones, same thing. It's just with a zone, there's not many changes. It's in the same kind of region. But again, with other things, you're going to be focusing on the zone and then fighting around the zone more or less. So with that in mind, it has a similar kind of thing with it. I do think it's actually better than Turf in a way. There's generally more ways you can defend if necessary. I'd say it's roughly around here, roughly where Museum is. It has the same kind of thing with Museum. There's good high ground to focus back in on the lower section, and even if the enemy's pushed all the way up, you can still pop your specials and hold ground to get back in if necessary. Could maybe switch out for it, but it can be alright. The right side actually, or so the left side drop isn't actually as prevalent as you would think, but it still has its potential usage. Tower control surprisingly got some good changes with its mode. Before, like I said, easily down here somewhere, maybe even C tier because of how bad it was snowbally, but it's actually solid, just probably get into A tier, I think. I'd say it's like just around Manta level, roughly around here, just before Mako. Mainly because that third checkpoint addition, like the third checkpoint that was added in, or the second checkpoint, before what call it, with everything about TC, Barnacle and Dime, it would take a tower, it would go on top of the stack region, and that's where the first checkpoint would be. You didn't have any high ground outside the far right side, which is just not close enough to really do damage. And then you have the wee bunker section, which, again, too small. You can just really get pushed off that easily. They would break that easily, and then you would just get snowballed. They would then get the high ground, and you're forced to sit behind that glass region, and that would just snowball the end there. It was just very snowbally outside the first checkpoint. But now it has a lot of good changes. Instead of going on top of the stack, it goes to the side of it, so you can actually still sit on the upper section and hit the tower. You can sit on the bunker and hold that general region against the checkpoint or against the tower, because there's a checkpoint that's been shimmy a bit closer to it. So you do have a bit more kind of defense option with it, and of course the tower jump's still possible. Just a bit more. It's just a slight bit changed, but more prevalence, more notably. Or sorry, the checkpoint isn't there. Actually, no, it is there. The checkpoint is there. Just kind of shift it around a bit. No, more notably though, there is a third checkpoint in the mode now, and it's just below the bottom of the thing. The checkpoint that was once they didn't have a checkpoint there at the end. I'm pretty sure there's actually no checkpoint at the actual jump, but they put a checkpoint just below the unequal pillar, or the pillar that goes up on top of the high region. And when you go left side, it's really good holding that position. It gives a few different poke angles. Sloshers and blasters can hold the upper section and just poke down. Even just shooters in general, just throw hands, throw a bomb, roll a bomb down there, auto bomb, splat bomb, good. Pop a wall, boom. It's very good for holding now. It does give a good bit of positioning. Let's say it's one of the most broken beacon spots in the game. It's pretty good for beacons. I do think it has some issue when it comes to getting out the hole if someone knows the beacon's there. But it's still good. It has some good positions for it. And beacons are nice to go there, depending on what map mode it is. Especially flanking. If you're flanking, it's a good thing to do there. Which is almost out. Better wrap this up before I run out. I'll probably run out. Where was it before? But yeah, TC, pretty solid. Some good changes to cover, good changes to general positioning. All that is good. Rainmaker didn't have many crazy changes, but it did give some good changes to the right side for general positioning. I think likewise this does just barely get into A rank as well. It's good for holding. There's a few routes you can take. It's still a split checkpoint system, which is nice. Right side's a bit hard to push up to. Oh, sorry, no, it's not a split checkpoint system, my bad. But it's still got a few routes to go to. You still got that. You actually have that unequal block, like I said before, that has that wee wall jump spot. It does give you a few extra points as a wee mix up. If you can't make up on top of the section, or you can't go right side, you can still pick the middle path and go for a quick point score and get some easy points. It's pretty alright. Yeah, not much more to talk about it. It's just good. And like I said, right side, you have a nice little jump with, like, if you're on the left side, you go on the wee railing that splits the glass in the upper inkable section. You can jump up on top of it with the squid roll or just the general jump with a substrafe, and you can hold that spot with the Rainmaker, or you can just go up there with any sort of short range weapon, long range weapon, and just hold that spot. Zuka's actually pretty good up there. If you ever play any Zuka weapon, they have a crab tank. It's good. And then finally, clams. Hasn't had too many crazy changes, probably has been the least changed out of all of them I've had to think, but it's still solid. Probably just making it into A rank as well, probably the lowest, but it's still good. It still has some nice spots. Positioning is fine. I probably say it's actually just above Manta with it. Actually, yeah. Holding can be a bit, defending can be a bit weird because of the fact the basket was moved forward a little bit, which I don't like. I feel like they should have kept the basket in the same position, or shouldn't have moved it forward as far, but it's still okay to go with. Right side pressure is still kind of the same, and the left side drench is still there for flanking, which is nice. Go around the bunker. It's just overall good. And now on to another Splatoon 2 stage. Humpback! It's fine. Turf is actually pretty fun. I wouldn't say it's quite A tier material. I think it's like just B tier material, but it's still fun. I think it's pretty good. You can move around the map pretty freely. There's a few ways you can get in and out of the middle section. It's not too bad. Defending can be a bit weird if you're trying to hold one space because they can come from both sides, but it's still okay. Zones, on the other hand, is fine. I don't think it's as bad as what people say, but it's still like kind of I think it's like just around. It has some weird positioning issues with it. That's kind of like with tower control in a way with Flounder. So I think it's roughly around this region with Flounder. Has a kind of like synergy with it, neck and neck. Weird positioning, but it's not a bad map layout because you can still pressure the zone. And the zone's not even that big, so it's pretty fine. Tower control for Runback, a little bit worse for Weir, but it's still fine. It's more so when it comes to pressuring the second checkpoint because they have high ground, more or less. Well, they don't have high ground, but like between the second and the third checkpoint, getting to that region can be pretty difficult. It has just kind of a weird layout. Defending can also be really snowball at the very end. So I'd say it has kind of a tower control situation with, we call it Wahoo. Probably just a little bit. It's not. I don't think they're better or worse. I think they're pretty much exactly the same. They have some good positions for holding certain checkpoints in certain positions, but otherwise can be pretty difficult. I probably would put it slightly above it though, if I had to say. Not sure if I mentioned this, but the right side unequal glass is still there in some modes. Yep, on Barnacle it is. On modes like Turf, Zones, and Clams, not Clams, on mainly Turf and Zones, it is there. But on, or sorry, it isn't there, but on, we'll call it TC and Rainmaker, there is both an uninkable and the glass section, the glass and the inkable section to the side of it. And then Clan Blizzard doesn't have it there because there's no reason for the enemy to push further up. It just makes it harder for the enemy to go back or push in that far, so it's pretty alright. So that's measures about a stage I've talked about. It's fine. If you have a question about it, I can mention them. You guys, I said this before, but you guys are very much free to talk about how you think about the stages and kind of try and influence my opinion, I guess, if I want to. But it is going to be based off of my opinion for what I think about them. Rainmaker on Humpback's actually pretty fun, and it's generally fine. I think it does have some sort of synergy with Turf, maybe a little bit worse, but it's still fine. Has good movement, good options. The bowl can be a bit of an issue getting out, but honestly I don't think it's that bad of an issue because you still have that upper section. It's generally fine, and of course the split checkpoint makes it pretty nice to go around. A bit weird, but it's a good mix-up if necessary. And of course, if you are taking the Rainmaker back to the, if you take the Rainmaker left side, it's kind of risky in that case. I'm actually moving it in once more, a bit right here actually. If you're taking the Rainmaker up left side, and if you fail to do so, or you just break it and the enemy gets it, they can just break away at your side, and it's kind of like a situation with a Mary Rainmaker, which I will talk about later on at the very end of the listing, but it's generally like that. And finally is Clams. Very controversial with how it's been said. It's got a very weird defense system with it. It's probably the worst of the modes. I'd say it's roughly got a Scorch situation with it. Slightly worse than Scorch actually, because of how its positioning actually is dealt with. And it's got less positions to actually hold. Or it's got more positions to hold, but the positions are still in the same situation. For both Scorch Clams and Humpback Clams, you're sitting on one side that's to the right side of the basket, and a section that's just behind the basket. The section behind the basket is not nearly good enough for most things unless you're really long range, so Hydra, Jet, etc. And then for short range weapons that require to get up there. I mean, just because I'm saying that certain weapons should be up there doesn't mean you shouldn't be up there. You should be further up for certain things, on some things like Scourge. But for something like Humpback, Jet can be alright sitting there, Squeeze can be alright sitting there by throwing a wall down. Some things, Edit can be good, Hydra, Ballpoint, you name it. But Humpback, that upper right section is generally the way you want to stand and hold position, or standing in the middle. Putting yourself between you and the basket, or the enemy in the basket, is the main thing, and just stopping them from going that way. You stop them from getting him, you're fine. Although in some cases they might try and go on the left side, which, if that's the case, then that's generally down to who's. If there's a block to get back up there, it would be better. You put a block there to jump back up, it's a lot better. Probably would shift it up to roughly zones region, but it's still fine. What else? let's change the music, shall we, once more. We've only got, what is that? What's that? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stages left. Let's change the music one more time. One more stage change. Or, sorry, music change. Let's put this one on. Let's see how this works. Alright. Alright. Last song, last set stages. That's it. Honestly, my more favorable ones of the, I mean, some of the better. This is when the stage stage creation really took a toll. This is when Nintendo really leveled it up and made some good stuff. So we're gonna have a lot of high tiers here, maybe some top tiers as well. Actually, easily some top tiers, but we'll get to that. Probably starting with zones and turf, generally good. A few different ways you can get in and out. Right side does have some lackluster movement to get up and down the upper section and into mid, but it's still generally fine. The rail gives you some options, and it's generally nice to go with. So it's easily up here, roughly around Mako Turf. It's like, I wouldn't say it's as good. I would say it's better, but it's certainly fine. I think it's really good. Let's see. Rainmaker. Zones also really good. Some people say it's B tier because of how you can get difficult in and out, but honestly, I don't think that's nearly enough to put it in B tier. I think it still makes it into like the low areas of A tier still, roughly where things like Flounder, and I think it's actually just below maps like Museum and Barnacle and Dime, because they have a lot of general movements. You can get in and out on the left side. You can still hold with the left side, and you can hold with the right side if you need to move up and down. And again, the rail is there if you need an alternate angle. I think the only mode it's not there actually is on Tower. I think if I remember correctly, I think it's the only one. Let me just double check and make sure actually. I think it's Tower's not there, but I'll just be sure. Let's see. Increals. Yep, Increals on all modes, and it's only got a sponge on TC. So yeah, it's got Increals on all modes. So we're fine there. Good movement everywhere. And a sponge on TC, because there's no ramp to get to the upper plat. Speaking of TC, a pretty solid mode. TC does have its weird quirks with it. I'll put it down here for now, because of how the second checkpoint is. But honestly, in its own way, if the checkpoint system was changed, it could have been a bit better. But for how it is, you can make it work if you're able to hold that upper section. Like, the main thing you want to do is hold the middle section with that right side. If that fails, get someone to immediately rotate up top there, or have someone rotate up top section where the grate is, so they don't get any more points in that second checkpoint. Unfortunately, if they do, then they do. You as a player can do that. Like, if you are holding the right side and it's looks like they're going to break through it, just forget the right side in the first checkpoint and just get prepared to go to the next checkpoint and hold that second checkpoint in. It is crucial that you stop them from making more points than what they currently have. And if you're on that first checkpoint still and they're all the way at the second checkpoint, they're going to get more points. By the time you get to the second checkpoint, they'll probably be close to the third one. So yeah, with that in mind, holding can be alright with this, and I think it's actually not too shabby. I think it is A tier. Probably not as quite there as Barnacle and Dime, but it's still like just around here. I think it actually is the lowest of A tier. I think it's still good, but can be weird. Third checkpoint can be a bit awkward with defending, but with the right layout and the right positioning, you can hold you can stop them from getting up top and hold. If they get up top, it can be snowbally. But again, likewise with this, that's kind of the same thing with TC on Barnacle and Dime, but it's not enough to kind of drag it down to B tier, in my opinion. It's really the mid section. The mid section's good. Just keep in mind that upper section, and it's generally fine. Rainmaker, brilliant. Easily the best mode so far. Where am I going? Easily the best mode. It goes all the way up to probably, I'd say it goes around, just around here. Because there's two different split modes. You've got some jumps to go back and forth. It's good split movement. There's a lot of different cover. It can get a bit weird when it comes to pressing the Rainmaker on the left side specifically. It is pretty favorable for the Rainmaker, pressing that right side stack. but it's still alright. And then obviously a quick breakaway on the left side, and then some extra points if you get up there. It's alright. It's got some good movement. I might move down just a little bit, like just below clams, but it's still got the same kind of movement with it. And clamblets, finally, is probably it's got a third root, so honestly I think this goes up just a bit higher above it, similar to how Museum has with three roots. It has like the ramp in the middle, the top right section for things like brushes and all that, or just people have tactical or for high advantage point against the goal, or if you want to go on the left side and you can use a block to get up and just make a quick breakaway on the left side. I do think it's a little bit better than Museum because they're more spread out and they feel a bit more distant than each other compared to like, because like on Museum the basket's like right here and all the pieces are like down here. This is like, wait, it's like entry point 1, 2, and 3. With the crab light, you've got the basket here, and you've got entry points 1, 2, and 3. You've got more of the breadth scale, and it's more wider of options than longer options. So I'd say just with that, it is a teensy weensy bit better on this one, but it's generally fine. I actually would say it's probably up here above clams. So I think it's fine. What does snowball? Does snowball mean? Snowball means that like when the enemy or when you are in a position, when a match is in a position for a team who just continued a push, so like a TC push or pushing the rainmaker to the goal and like get right to the end. So it really does make the difference of that. So it does have its own kind of way with it, and it does like it just kind of like ends. It's the same kind of way of like how I say it. I'm trying to make a good way to explain it better than that. Yeah, there's not much more way I can really explain it. It's more so when you are on a position to like push to the end and just end the game there and then. When something snowballs, it just leads one thing after another and it just ends. There's no real way you can really stop it, and it's likely it's gonna just be ended. It's not a blackout, bye. Alright, Dreamer, you will be missed. We hope you have a good life in heaven. I'm sorry the situation's kind of ending like this for you, but I hope you have a good life. And if not, then I hope you have a better one in heaven. We'll see you later. Well, I fucked that. I really fucked that up, didn't I? Sorry. We'll see you in the afterlife. Moving on to ship shape. We have got some very interesting modes. It's a very up and down mix with ship shape. Turf is probably just shy of A tier, mainly because of how you can get kind of spawn camped if you are it's kind of difficult to push past mid. Not necessarily get spawn camped, but it can be difficult to push past mid necessarily because of how the structure is, but it still is fine. I'd say it's like just around humpback level. Nothing much more to say about it. Zones is also kind of alright. Maybe a little bit worse because again you can push up further in it. But once you push up a bit further, there's not many places you can actually hold other than the middle section. So it's more so you're holding at the zone and not necessarily much ahead of it than holding at the zone. If you're holding ahead of the zone, it's all going to be low ground. There's barely any high ground unless you get on the enemy's ramps. So for that alone, it does make it probably around the same level as Manta. Because you have like some general, it's like you have stacks to hold. I'd say it's actually a bit worse. Not a bit better. It's a bit better than that because the stacks do make it a bit harder to hold. Nothing more about it once you do that. And it can be, it's still can be easy to hold it, but there's still ways you can get in and you can still hold. Right side can be a bit difficult to hold though. I think if right side was a bit better, it would be A tier, but it's generally right. And now we get to the really good stuff. Honestly, this is the first S tier. This is a great mode. It has some teensy weensy quirks, but there's not nearly enough to drag it down to A tier in some ways. It's got good right side pressure, you've got routes in and out the sides, you've got some alternate ways. If you fall into the pit, you can jump out using the sponge, you've got some good cover, the checkpoint system is all in good positions, the right side to shift your left side, then the left side to shift your right side, or onto the stack. It could have been maybe a bit further forward, the final checkpoint, or so the final end goal, and that could have given a bit more pressure to use some more sections, but it's generally alright. Rainmaker, wouldn't say it's quite the quality of like high A tier, but certainly still fine. Breakaways can be pretty fast, so I think for that it is a little bit worse than, I'd say, Museum. And it has a similar situation to like fast breakaways, but unlike fast breakaways, defense can be a bit difficult with this one in some ways. So I'd say it's just a little bit worse for away, probably just below clams actually. Mainly because of how the second checkpoint gets. You can break away in like 5 seconds, not even, and then you can just end the game afterwards if you're quick. So that's kind of the thing with it. And in clams is also around the same region, I think. Still fine, maybe a bit better because defending's gonna be alright. And then the right side is also fine. You have some left side routes and all that. On the left side routes, but you still have the right side route to go in and out, and you can hold position in. So I'd say it's just a little bit better, I think. Oh my god, where are we? We are in B tier. Yeah, I'd say it's roughly around. Actually, it might just be an A tier because of positioning. I think I will give it the benefit of the doubt and give it a low A tier position, just below crab leg. Hello, Tobias. Welcome to the stream. You're just in time to catch us onto Robo Ramen. Robo is really insane with some modes, some of which is overrated, and I'm gonna be critical about that. But overall, they're still fine. Robo Ramen Turf, in terms of turf war maps as they go, probably the best one we've had for like everything. It's got good positions. There's hundreds of ways you can go. Obviously, no over exaggeration, but you get what I mean. There's many ways you can go. You can go far left and jump down to that. You can go to the right when you go down to that. You can go to the middle stack section, jump into middle, go down, go underneath. You can jump from the far left underneath. You can go all over the place. Ways to get out otherwise, it's just a one direction. But even then, you can still jump down into the pit underneath, in the lower section, and then jump out if you need to. As a way you can get out. It's generally good. Zones as well, also pretty damn good. I wouldn't say it's quite, but I actually think it's I would say Turf's a tiny bit better, mainly because you're not focused on that middle section, and flanking can be a bit strange on this map, but it's still good. You can still like hold it on the top section, jump down past the glass, and then go around. It's still good. Tower control. Honestly, people say this is like a lot worse than what it is. I do not think it is. It's not S tier material by any means, but it's like probably the best tower map for many reasons. The section on the first, the one thing with Ramen is that when you go into that pit area, there was no real way to get out. You go one direction, you go other directions, and that's it. But now you have another way you can get out using that wall, and it's got some good position with it. And the tower path's not that bad with how it's positioned in some ways. Probably wasn't better than Rainmaker. Actually, no, it is better than Rainmaker. Just a little bit though. It's just good in many positions. And the checkpoint in the trench, like the checkpoint in the trench can be weird. People are getting kind of muscle forge fitness vibes with it, and now it's kind of dragged it down a little bit, but it's not even close to how it's bad. That area has much more defense you can stand on, and it's much closer to the tower, meaning things like sloshers, blasters, some shooters like Sploosh and Splash can just shoot at the tower and just still fall off damage, roll a bomb, pop a booyah bomb in that trench, and force everyone out. It's so good actually. I honestly think it's underrated. Some people say it's like down here in A tier. Some people have even put it in B tier, I think. Don't think I've seen many people have that, but I feel like some people put it in B tier because of some ways. It's good though. It should be reconsidered. Rainmaker on the other hand does have its weird quirks. It's probably the worst mode by quite a mile. I think it actually is maybe not better than Crab Leg by any means. It still has some routes. I'd say it's like probably around here just above TC. But it still has some weird stuff. You're mainly going to be breaking away left side, or you're going to be going for a quick breakaway on right side. Left side has it's weird. Once you get past the checkpoints, it's weird. There's no real way you can really kind of make a massive grand push. You just have to go piece by piece, and if you mess up, you go back to the start. It's like building a house of cards or a card pyramid. You start very slowly and you're building the blocks, but you mess up one time or you sneeze and make a mistake, it's just gonna crumble to the bottom and you're back to the start, and you have to start over again and make your way back for the push. Unless you get a wipeout, that's the real way you can make some massive push. That's the way I've come down with Rumble Ramen. But it's still difficult to push up because you have to go like from the checkpoint to the right bunker, then you have to go to the wee blocks, or maybe move to the right side, makes more like alternate angles on the low side, then you have to break away. If you're going from the right side checkpoint, you go up, you make some pushes, you hide behind the pillows and poke to the side, you can fall back a bit. It has some really strange stuff to it. And then finally, Clams is pretty damn good. Has some really good routes, the grates make it nice to move around. It's just solid overall. It is going right around Mako zones and Hagglefish TC. It is grand. Brilliant for rotating around. Still could maybe be a bit snowbally when it comes to, like, not a snowball, but it can really lead you down the rabbit hole of getting a lot of points if you don't pressure your bunker correctly. You also have that right side section, which can be pressured, but is a bit tough in some ways, depending on what weapon you're fighting. Especially if it's something that has a wall. Wall up there is really good. It can be challenging. Bluefin. Let's see how you do with this. Turf is actually not that bad. It's maybe not the greatest, but I certainly say it's pretty damn good. Like, probably Manta levels of turf. I'd say it's like just slightly... I think it's around the same level as Manta turf. Maybe a little bit, just by a few points better. But it's still good. Has a lot of different ways you can go. Moving can be a bit weird in some ways. Spawn regions can be a bit campy, but it's still fine in many ways. It's a big stage. You've got a lot of ground to move around. Zones is strange. If we're talking purely in fun, like for like how stages and funness, the best stage, the best zone stage, above that ever. But because of how it is pressuring zone, I'm gonna have to unfortunately put it down to around the region of like where are we going? Around Flounder level. Can be hard to pressure if you're not in the right position, but can still be alright. You need to run the right weapons though for it. Sometimes, like I said before, like beacon weapons, or weapons with good range, or blasters that can shoot around the corners. It's tough. Or weapons of cool are also good as well, because if you wanted to flank on the stage, you have to go down the far side, then go down, and if you're going on the elevator and then jump into the top section, that's cool, but if you can't go there, you need to go all the way around to that other ramp, and that can be hard to push because people can be shooting back from the other side. Someone can be up there like an E-liter, and that can just lock you out there, and that's kind of toughy. And it's the main reason, it's one of the reasons of game why I hate Ely with that, because Ely could just sit up there and just stop you from going that direction if you are trying to move that direction. It can be really tough. Still possible if you have a special, but it's rough, and you're really gonna have a hard time breaking stuff back there. So getting beacon set up on the left side for alternate routes can be alright. For tower control though, it's... I wouldn't say it's as bad what people say it is. Can snowball at the very end with the third checkpoint, or close to it after the second checkpoint. Still would say it's roughly B tier though. I'd say it's roughly around between these two. I'd say I think it is generally alright. It can be alright. You can still pressure it. I'm actually gonna put it below this. I'm actually gonna put it between these two. Yeah, I think this is fine. Just has some weird push and pull with defense and attacking. This map's very dependent on what weapons you're using. That's kind of the thing with it. Beacon weapons, blaster weapons, sloshers, all weapons are like that. Weapons of wall, all weapons like that are generally considered with it, are more noble for it, so they can be good with it. Rainmaker, really fun. And honestly, I think this is underrated for how it is. It can be strange if your team does not work with it. I've had times when my team just doesn't work with it, and it can be bad. Wiping out can be pretty alright with it, but honestly, it's still fine. I'd probably put it at the lowest of this. I actually would put it like just above. I'd say I put it just above here. It's not. It's a bit harder to move forward in, and sometimes a bit harder to push up when it comes to Rainmaker. So Manta's a little bit better than that in some ways. The main thing with the stage with Rainmaker is that if you're wanting to like push forward and win, it's very dependent on the situation. Going left side for a quick breakaway is generally the best play you can, but if everyone's focused on the left side, don't be scared to go on the left side elevator or the right side elevator, or if you need to go on the far side on the right wall to gain access to that other checkpoint. If everyone's on the far left side and is not going to get over in time, that's if he wants to coordinate. But generally, the way that I would say the stage would work for it, if you're going left side and you can get up top, that's good, because you'll get a lot of points very fast. But if it's overtime and you're struggling to get up on top of the left side, I really just recommend you and your team focus on that right side if you can, and try and do it. It's safer, there's more cover, and you can probably make some advances a bit cleaner, because the enemy is focused to go, because they're either focused to drop down and hit you from behind by going obviously around and then dropping down where the checkpoint jump is, or holding where that the upper section is just to the left of the goal from their side. It's still fine though. It can work. And Clan Blitz, again, the situation is with the recent change, if it was before the patch, it would probably be around B tier, probably the worst of the modes. But honestly, it's probably around, roughly, I'd say it's roughly around Rainmaker here. I'd say it's like just below actually. I think it's just below it. Mainly because of how it's still, you can still have some difficulties getting in. Actually, nothing more about it. Actually, I think I'll put it above. Getting in can be a bit difficult, but it's still, it's like that rail makes it very good to get left side. You're still going to get shot down from it a lot of the time, but if you are able to mix it up, like throw some pressure, like throw some strikes, throw some Booyah Bomb, have someone Zuka them, or jet them, or crab them, and you take the rail, or you can just make a quick break at the rail, it's good. And even then, if you can't do that, getting the rail like as a defense option out, like you're in mid, you need to get out back to your base, you pop the rail, you can go back up. If you can do that, you can generally take some good position, and it's much faster and much safer. With how it is. Obviously, backline weapons can probably catch her out if they're close enough, but it's still good. And now on to the second to last stage, Marlin Airport. Zones is generally fun. I think the spinners can be pretty good on Turf War. Can be a bit campy in some places, but I still think it's fine to go in with it. I think it has a situation with, I'd say probably just around kind of what with Ship House, with when it comes to pressuring, getting that, holding that right side on, or holding your right side is the main way you can really get positional advantage on ship shape. But if the enemy is able to hold your right side in middle, then it can be pretty tough to get through there. You need specials to get in, and you need to push through the right wall, have the right weapons going. But this stage doesn't have that same problem. It's more so if they get on top past the propeller platform, they can hold that upper section. But even then, you have a far right side that drops you down to the lower section. You can take the block to get up on top of the other propeller platform, which you can then just kind of hold that right side, and you can do that. Or you can go left side with the rail, and you can alternate down, jump down to the left side. It's good. You can just go around that section, which is brilliant. Zones is also pretty nice as well. Not terrible. I would say it's a slight bit worse because you are still focused on getting in there. I'm pretty sure the block doesn't exist, if I remember correctly. It might be only on Rainmaker, but double check quickly. I think actually the block does exist there on the map modes. Let me just quickly double check with Marlin. Marlin Airport. Let's see your layout for zones. Oh no, it does. No, zones does have the block. I think it's Tower Control has it. I think it's just Rainmaker doesn't have it. No, it's Clams actually. Clams doesn't have the block. Yeah, okay. Clams doesn't have the block. So yeah, that block on the right side still exists there. So honestly, with that in mind, it is still fine going round. But it's just a bit difficult with the propellers being used. So I'd say it's still a little bit worse. Probably still better than a few of the other modes though. So I'd say it's just around here. It's fine. Probably right around here actually. We'll say it's right here. TC is, I haven't played too much of it actually, but I know from what I've seen with it and from how I've played on it, it's generally considered to be fine. I think this is one of the ones that fall just flat of being on the upper section because of how that right side can maybe snowball a little bit, but it's not too bad. It's like the very top of B tier still. It's like just falling out of it, I think. It's not nearly that bad though. It's still good to play on. I wish still the spinner if you can hold that. It's just that they get the control of the spinner can be pretty good, bad for you because there's not many ways you can pressure the second checkpoint other than that section on the left on your left side. Rainmaker is generally fine. It's one checkpoint, but it's still fine. I think it can be pretty alright going both directions. Probably just an A tier though. It still can be alright. On it is interesting as the propellers are retracted until the check brake for one side, which, for example, doing a check brake on the enemy team extends the propeller out so you can get up. Yep, pretty much. that's kind of the thing with it. It's only for the enemy side. Yeah, that's the kind of thing with it. I think if it did both propellers, it would make it a bit better, and retaking would be a bit better. But even then, it's still alright. The first checkpoint is a bit difficult to defend in some ways. It's really into that propeller area, because there's not many ways you can poke at it. But even then, defending your goal is still fine, because there's only two major ways you can go. Up an unequal ramp, likewise on something like, what do we call it? On Undertow, or going the far way around with more cover and all that. Again, like Undertow. Has a similar Undertow feel. But it's probably not as good because of how it's laid out with defending. And the spawn has a very limited left side on your actual spawn. You have like the ink rail area, but that's just kind of it. Finally, clams from Marlin. This is not a bad stage. It's still weird. I'd say it's a bit better than Rainmaker because defending can be a bit alright, but it's definitely not much better in a way. Probably because of how the defending can work. You can still defend in some ways. It's just a bit strange for how it is. If you don't defend your propeller likewise, it's the main thing, then it can be a bit hard to push up. And of course, with that right side block being out of the way, you can't just drop lights right side and go around on the propeller. If that right side block was there, then you can just break away, or you can get your checkpoint sealed up. You go, you have like, I don't know, say like anyone just sitting up top like a slosher, Explo, they're sloshing down, they go to the right side, then they drop down, then they drop onto the block, then onto the propeller, then onto the enemy's propeller that lifts them up, then they break away. It can be pretty good to alternate around the sides and get you in pretty fast. It's just sadly not there. It makes it a bit slower. There is one way you can kind of do it, and that's by hitting the propeller on the right side and then going up the ankle wall and then shimmying to the side. I think you can probably do that if you do a well-timed jump, but that's not confirmed. And finally, the most recent stage added, also probably been the last stage added, the Merry Hub. It's very interesting. It's only been out for a little bit, but from what I can tell, it's okay on some modes. I've given it a bit of a harsh time with some modes like Rainmaker and Tower Control, and I want to give a bit of a critical fair point to it, so I'm gonna like just kind of give a neutral playing field to it. Turf in general is pretty fine. I wouldn't say it's quite S tier, but it's still like probably just around. It's probably just above. What we call it? Umami level. It's got good movement. There's a lot of different places you can stand and defend. The areas in middle are fine. There's good movement. It's just fun to play on. A good amount of paint as well. Zones is definitely an S tier. It's actually really insane. The main issue with most of the modes is that pushing up into your base is kind of like difficult to defend on. It's on all modes, including Turf as well. It's difficult to defend, but with on your side because your spawn's pretty limited. But with Zone specifically, you are stuck in that lower section, and you can't push up that far. So you're generally stuck to defending that middle section. It's like it's a similar feel to how Ship Shape Zones is, but more so that you can't push up any further. Not necessarily that you are struggling to push up, but you can't push up any further. So honestly, I think it's pretty solid. Let me your scope. It reaches enemy spawn when you're on grades. Yeah, it's wild. Another good reason why Elite just shouldn't exist in this game because of how the state. Just change Elite, man. Fix it and make it better, or just don't include it again. It needs to have some changes. But yeah, easily, I wouldn't say it's better than Robo Ramen. Actually, tell a lie. I actually do think this is slightly better than Robo Ramen, just by a little bit, because of how its roots are and how many points you can pressure the zone from. It's pretty damn good. I would say Ship Shape is actually TC is better than Robo though. I'd say it's probably down here though. I kind of put it up there, not thinking about it, but it's probably down here though. It's still good though. It's still brilliant. Tower Control is probably, it's weird. You can defend the tower, but it's once you get to the second checkpoint and mostly the third one, it can get very strange. It's still good, but it's certainly weird. I'd say Hagglefish is just a teeny tiny bit better with the third checkpoint of how it's handled, because holding can be a bit weird because there's not really any sort of major high ground advantages. It's pretty level, and by the time they've gotten that, if you're not holding your ramp section, it's pretty strange. The meta's still developing for it, so it's a bit of a work in progress, but that's where it is currently for me. Rainmaker, very controversial. If we're including the fact that cheese exists in it. Again, mark it with your door. Rainmaker in general is a very odd one. With the cheese, it can make a very unique thing, which is interesting. But at the same time, it really like forces Kraken to be like unnecessary to run on this map. If you're playing Rainmaker on this one, Kraken weapons that get Kraken a lot to break that point. If you can get it on the conveyor, or the travelator, I know it's not a travelator, but it just pulls you up the pusher, the block, the platform, whatever you want to call it. If you get the Rainmaker on that and on that area and it scoops it up and just pulls it up at the top, you get pop Kraken and you break away that the Rainmaker with Shredder or without Shredder, and you get it. You're getting to like 9 really quick, and you have a massive advantage. It can be really any Kraken weapon, but ones that get Kraken a decent bit, or stuff like CRB can pretty good because they can poke around the ledges. If you do that alright. So I think just for that, if it wasn't for the conveyor belt picking it up like that, it probably would be up here. But just for that, I think it has to be down here. Still better than something like Tower, but it's still kind of. I mean, I think it's actually better than Tower. I think it's roughly around here. Actually, I think it is the worst mode, or by a little bit. I think it is just around here, around Mako, in a way. Yeah. I think it's fine. It just has some weird defense. Other than the spawn region, it's pretty fine, more or less. And then lastly, the last mode, clams. This one is very interesting. The clam mascots they're basically opposite sides of each other. It's just one straight shot to them, but it's very far away, surprisingly. It takes like a good 10 to 15 seconds without any sort of swim speed, I think. Or minimum swim speed, or no cooler to get to it. It's very slow. I'll just hit a second tower on Romary. It gets weird. I didn't mean like that. Oh god, we're not starting this 9/11 stuff again. But yeah, with this, I definitely say that it's fine. It has some weird defense, but it's still probably better than Tower. I'd say it's like around the region of Zones Mahi. I think it's like just below Zones Mahi in general. I think that's kind of how it should be. It still feels awkward to defend in some ways because you're mainly sitting on that middle section and you can't really use the left side that much. With the upper section, even with Crab Tank there, it still feels awkward. You want to put Crab Tank just a bit lower than that in front of it. But yeah, that's kind of how I can say about it. And with that, we have now ranked every single stage in Splatoon. You take a good look, this is what we got. Every stage with every mode is ranked from the worst of the worst, brine water, tower control, and E-tail zones, going up to the mid tiers of Undertow, Mincemeat, Sturgeon, and Hammerhead, to more higher ups like Humpback and Bluefin, Manta in some places, and Flounder. Museum has some good places. And then, of course, to the A tiers, you've got some solid things like Marlin. You've got some good Bluefin rotations. You've got Barnacle and Dime, Umami, and of course, the S tiers being a few Robo Ramen picks. That's the wrong side. A few Robo Ramen picks, one Ship Shape, and one Lemeri. So yeah, that's it for the ranking of it. I'm probably gonna save this. Actually, can I save this? Share on Twitter. I can't share. I don't have Twitter. Chat, do I make Twitter to post this on Twitter? I don't think I can actually save this like this. I probably can save it. I just don't know how to save it. Click download. Where's download? Where is download? I don't know how to screw this over. Where is it? Oh, I'm not blind, I swear. Come on. Oh, there we go. Download image. Gimme. This will be going on the Discord server. I'll stick it in the announcements area, and you guys can review it for yourself if you wish. Download the image. Nice. Pretty sure you should have it. In fact, actually, I'll post it in the Discord server and the community tab as well. Just name this quickly. That should be it. Yep, that is it. Everything's very crunched together. But hey, it works. Alright, mate, Twitter. Do you know what? While I'm sorting this out, I'll give you guys an option. I don't have Twitter for many reasons. Twitter is disgusting. It's bad. It's in a very bad place. But you know what? That's the wrong thing. Didn't want Q&A. I wanted a poll. Let's get a poll going. Alright. And it's in your bomb. But it's, the whole thing about me getting Twitter is on you guys. If you want me to Twitter account so we can post this and talk about some stuff, then go ahead. I'm gonna let this run for the duration of the stream, and by the end of it, we'll decide it. I'm also gonna quickly post this in the Discord. Yeah, that is that. Oh, my nose is itchy. Okay. In Discord, I'll post it on my community tab later on. But if you're in the Discord, you get early access to it. So go ahead and indulge in it. Alright. That's that. And with that, I think we're good. Bryce, you can go down. I think with that, we're done with the ranking system. We've got 5 minutes before the rotation starts. For X rank. And we can do some of that. So, I am going to quickly go and get myself a refill and a bathroom break, because I'm sitting here shouting at my screen. I'm talking to the open space. I need a wee slight break before I go and sweat. Sweat? Do you know that the destroyed tower visible on Lemuria was destroyed on 9/11? You're bored, help. Great lore addition to the Splatoon community. The Eiffel Tower was destroyed in 9/11. Or on 9/11, the date. Let me get quite along. Give me a second. Let me see. Do you want to funkin'? Funkin', please. I want something longer than that. Alright, I'll be back. Oh.
Is it buffering for you, Cross? Is there a connection issue? Might be on your end, Cross. I don't think there's any issue on my end. Either way, I'm gonna go and get myself a refill drink, and then we'll start playing some X-Rank. It's working out. Yeah, it might have been a wee buffer on your end. Alright, I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll get a drink, let my dog out, and just refresh, and we can do about a 2-hour rotation of X-Rank before we finish up the stream. Oh, my nose is super itchy. Oh. Anyways, I'll be back in a bit. So see you guys in a bit. And I have returned. My voice is very croaky. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Because I did not realize that the juice I had was quad strength, and I put about that much in. The glass was about that much. So my voice is a bit kind of runny with that. A bit deep. Oh gosh. Anyways. Can I send track to your DMs? Yes, I can give it to you afterwards. If anyone's curious about the music I'm using, I'm going to be linking all the names to the songs in the description after the stream. So if you're interested in it, then you can check back on the VOD after like 15ish minutes, 10 minutes, and you'll see all the music that's been played in the stream. If you're curious about what I'm using. But anyways, let's put up Splatoon and let us game for a bit.
gonna quickly set up and change title as well. We didn't. I'll quickly make a quick adjustment to my thumbnail. Put this up. Okay. The thumbnail is not accurate to it. Should have probably made an adjustment to it, but you know what? I'll do a quick steer. Alright. We got X rank. 2543. I've made some advances, I'll say that. For those that saw my last stream of X rank, I have made some massive advances on Rainmaker specifically. It's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to play X rank. Etil and Wahoo. The expedition. Yep. 136. I was like 120 something, but I think I fell down a little bit. Don't plan on falling down much. It's Wahoo and E-Tail, so I'm gonna play a bit of V-Shot for the mix of that. Don't feel like I don't. Do I feel match mood? No, I'm not comfortable with that. Too stiff. We're gonna do some V-Shot. I also got 4 stars of V-Shot as well, so that's good. Another 4-star for it. Also getting close to Luna because I'm playing a bunch of Luna and series and turf. Fun. We need opening gambit, we need speed, we need stealth. When I put this gear on, I feel like I'm some sort of, like cowboy. I don't know. Like a Soviet, I guess you could say. It's strange. It's very strange. I'm gonna change my emote as well. I want spring loaded. Okay. We can start. I'm just going to do some adjustments to the thumbnail. Might take a few games. And now we wait to match into the someone. That's not my thumbnails. That's my stream thumbnails. That's my thumbnails, not my stream thumbnails. Give me my stream thumbnails. Quickly refresh the capture card because I think it's a bit buggy. I'll fix up the thing out of that. Okay, let's do it. Let's game. It's good to get back to this. Man, just stopped. I thought we go back a bit further. It's fine. You can see what I mean by how it narrows pretty early on the map. Like you break here, but it narrows there. Pretty early on, actually. Am I going crazy, or are my eyes bobbing up and down? I feel like my eyes working up and down too much. It's weird. I don't like that. I'm looking something because I'm not comfortable with that. Stringer, please pop your neutral B. I am not playing Smash Bros. Mark it other times. Got one. Go the low ground. I'm going to go up. Do some safe painting. I have a feeling someone's going to be sharking around somewhere. I actually didn't realize the Castles had the wee things for them there as well. Already said that. I see that. I heard him. I thought he was going to go underneath. How much got him?
see him going down underneath. He's going. Oh, I saw that. Where is he? I'll cross. I get Zuka and I clear the top section. Oh, yay, we love broken stuff. Oh, no. Okay, go. I don't know anything. The roll's gonna be shocking somewhere. Ah, man. I didn't realize this was one. Oh, there we go. Got another one. Go in, maybe KO. Nah. Definitely not KO on this. Down numbers. They're pushing up. Ready to move back. Just to be certain they're not going to get anything. Why did that kill me? Okay. Must have just been in the range. Our 96 is just behind him as well, so this is good. No, never mind. Bomb over top just to get hold space. Why shimmy? Be cautious here. They can still win this. This is very much a map mode where they can still potentially win. Oh, they got a break. Goodbye. Awesome. Now you're really forcing back. Brilliant. He's weak. Be cautious, gal. Pop a wall. You should have popped a wall, gal. That's your fault. Let's just reset. Now rotate over to the right so quickly and get some paint for Zuka. Good. Comboing. The paint up. I heard that. I was wrong. I'll go over top here just for a bit. Over the head paint. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not dying. Okay, that's cheap. Yeah, I'll hold on to your Kraken, please. It is a necessity. A bit too early, but you know what? That's fine. We'll work with it. Get him down. Got that. We should be fine. Just, you know, really make sure they don't get anything in there. GG's. There you go. That's more like it. It was pretty scary because we were already 0-2 down. But here we go. Alright, I need to make this something quickly. I don't really care how it looks like. I'm just gonna put some. Just put a massive X right logo. Let me do some banners, actually. That's some nice banners for this. Keep it going. Don't have any ticket, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to work with this. Actual blur. I can't really blur the background. I can maybe blur it a little bit. Let me set this up. The infamous 1 point indeed. Make X rank bigger. I'll also make it darker in the back, just a little bit darker. That's fine. I started a thumbnail like that for the both of them.
later on, or just revert back to the old one. Let me quickly change the thumbnail. A temporary change, and I'll adjust it later on. Skadoosh. Okay, cool. Yeah, the user who deploy the bubbler takes 50% less damage inside the bubbler, and a little bit outside the bubbler. The bubbler expires 50% faster too. It's certainly interesting. Don't really think it's. I think it's a bit much. It probably needs something else to kind of alternate around and make it fair, I'd say. But it certainly is an interesting idea to have less damage. Don't know how it will be implemented necessarily. Good work. Now I need help. Very interesting shot, Squealer. I saw him as well, I jumped at the wrong time. Very much got a whole bridge. I'm jumping in, please be cautious, Gal. Throw a wall or something. Gal, you idiot, you should throw. I really hate that. Could have been careful with my jump as well, but the Gal really should have thrown the wall down. Yeah, we need to kill them massively. I'm gonna throw it behind. Is it gonna break? Did not let him get it. I really just hate the fact that ETL has no pressure. Like, open this right side up and have some good positioning here. Guys, please kill him. And Gal, get your act together and start killing. Or I'm doing massive paint. Good. I'm gonna be the one going in, I'm pretty sure. Go this way. Well, there's a slosher, man. Okay, good. Holding. If I jump to you, we're gonna be very aggressive here. Okay, he's down. We broke at least, so that's something to go by. Now, we don't have any teams to go around with us, so we gotta be cautious. Just because I put a wall down, just hold ground. Good. Ah, that bomb was there, that's unfortunate. Hello, Silver, welcome. You just in time to catch this place in max rank. This could be an L unless our Gal really gets into position to make it work. There, I will take dibs. They're on the right side. I'm coming this direction. Nice, good. A little lead's fine. Does that make different? I've got a lot of. I've had about quadruple strength blackcurrant. But I didn't realize it was quadruple strength. So it's kind of rasped my voice up. And I've been talking for about a time. Talking for about 2.5, 3 hours. Ranking every stage. Yeah, just clear the bridge. Like, oh my god, you were down there. It's just I found the stage is very bad, man. There's no easy way you can really defend. Found game's okay, we're gonna lose lead. I'm not gonna defend. Like, how is... I swear, Zuka's like... Zuka needs to be fixed, man. Like, consistent shots don't connect. Like, that probably should have killed. But it just didn't. No lag is straight. Okay, I'll take dips here. I'll run up right side if I can. Actually, I'm gonna run on bridge. I'm an expert elite at this weapon. I'm a main maker. Or a rain mainer, what do I call it. So I know generally how it works. I've swept armies with it before. That's what I'm out. Ah man, I really hit it. Can't burn my cool off. Gal, please be cautious. You stop from getting low ground as well, because some of them like going low ground. Apparently I was blind to that suction bomb. There's plant bomb. Suction bomb. Yeah, we're gonna win this. Unless we really wait them out now, this is gonna be a very low chance of us winning it. Also, you need to have a mass damage. Honestly, hot take for Wellstring, you should need every shot to kill. People said before that if you didn't have every shot to kill, it'd be fine. No, I think you should require every shot to kill for a one shot. Not 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5. It is insanely good for range. That or make its charge time a lot slower for its general pain, because it's way too good at it. Like 10 frames extra to get to its max charge. It is way too fast at painting that much. Especially because of the fact that it's long range paint. It's not just close range like reflux, it's long range. Beetle's just not good. It's not good. But Rainmaker's about one we have for it, so we're gonna work with it. If that be the case, or you were just a spread. The spread isn't even the biggest. I think more so. I mean, the spread's fine. I just think it needs to have less damage of the arrows, less damage on, or less paint, like a distance with its main charge, and for it to be a bit slower. If it's meant to be a long-range painting of the two of them, because if you're looking about Reflux as the closer range paint, Stringer, regular Tri-Stringer is the killing at long range, and then Wellstring is the painting. Just make it so that it really, like, Wellstring shouldn't be allowed to kill easily. That's kind of how it should be. It shouldn't be a weapon that is, like, required to kill. It should, like, chip damage with other weapons, in that case to kill. It's kind of unfortunate with it. Alright. Bring that same V shot I think it was again. Maybe the Stringer. I've come to the terms where if there's a Wellstring on your team, you're not, or on any team, that team is going to break the Rainmaker, and there's no doubt about it. Unless they just don't break it. Like, I've had one instance where they don't break the Rainmaker. I'm going that direction. Thank you. Come on, Wellstring. Thank you. See what I mean? It's just generally good. Cool. Crap. Use the break it. Go. Ah, that buffered it. Shoot, dang it. Oh, there's a suction? Okay. You know, it's really not think it was gonna hit me. But no, it did. Just back up. A bit further. Okay, whatever. I'll let him get forward and get my core. Ah, man. Beat the squeeze over there. I'll string in the hold. Come on, dude. Thank you. Put that there for pressure, and then put some paint on this. You're not gonna get Zuka, my friend. This is our range. Got him though. Jump it out. Save the Zuka! We're also down in numbers as well. Or down in advantageous numbers in some way. Some general paint for my Zuka. Saw him, he's down below somewhere. I despise that man. This one should not exist. Cautious. Ah, shame. We have to be really careful because we don't have Zuka now. Or any sort of... We have Stam, but Stam is not nearly good enough to compensate for this. Well, we can maybe hold against this if we hold at this general area. We are going back. He's forced to throw it out. Someone's over there. Nice, gone. Just in case his shuriken is not. Okay. I can't push up easily with this. I saw that, I'm pretty sure. Where is he? I knew it. You think you're slick? I heard you. Grab it. Okay, ah, that shit. My color ran out as well. Yeah, the thing with Rainmaker is do not leave it unattended. Have someone watch it or like make sure no one's gonna get around, even if they're in a corner area. Thank you for the paint. I like it. Combo's not shocking anywhere. So dead. Ah, aha. See what I mean with it? Painting is like really crucial for anything. I'm gonna hold on my Zuka. I don't need to use it. Carbon roll is dead, brilliant. I will just chill here. They're gonna go around for it, that's fine. Okay, I'll go into the cooler. This cooler's nice. Chill here. Nice, okay. You come to me, I'm safe. GG. That is why I have my Zuka. No reason to use it, so I decided, hey, keep it. I'm gonna fall off the bridge. There's no cell there. His Jix is a well string and pop. They have a full charge shot and an auto bomb. Yeah, it's insane. It can two-shot Bubbler. Even with the buffs for Bubbler, it just two-shots it. I'm pretty sure without Object Shredder as well, it two-shots it. Maybe three-shots it at most, but that's crazy. I don't even think that's level 2 charges as well. I think I actually just use level, like, part level 1, maybe 1.5 charge. It goes stupid, go dumb, you know? Probably I should change the lower section as well, because I did say that I would be doing this. Let me do. What am I doing? Doing this. You remove. We shall remove this. Pull you down. And cheap. And there we go. It could be yellow. Poll's interesting. True, I should probably check the poll actually. Let me see. Let me see, what's the poll? 5 votes. 4 of which want me to make a Twitter account. Yikes. Okay. We've got a Flingser. I haven't seen a Flingser in a while. Roller was a little laggy. Pick this up. Some safe paint. I'm pretty sure someone's behind. I'll hold bazooka. You guys pop. I'm gonna. That feels like I could have potentially got him, but I guess not. I saw the ping come up and I was like, yeah, they're a bit far away, I should be fine, but nope, no, that was not the case. I'll paint this for safety. And Zuka. We're painted for everything. And Zuka. I'm not gonna get a good way with this. I didn't get the shots in time. Yeah, I don't know why we're all leaving at the same time. We shouldn't all be doing that. Also, I feel like our edit shouldn't want to be grabbing it. Can we not? Can we not throw, please? Either our edit or our roller should be grabbing because they've got cooler. There we go. I'll go up here. Pretty sure someone's just down there. Where are you? Okay, that's fine. You target me, not the Rainmaker. Thank you very much. Our edit charges up the shot and hold space. They're probably gonna break it, but it's fine. Unless we can really. Well, we can maybe break away. Hold on. This is dumb. Oh wait, maybe. If they pull the bubble just a bit sooner, man. Unfortunate. Go. I block. Go. Damn it. I'm not gonna have that. Nah. You can do it, Zap. You can do it, but I'm gonna prep my Zuka. Yeah, called it. You should go for it, dude. Pretty sure some roller is here. Nope. I knew it. There's no bridge out. Great. I'm dead. Oh wait. Well, I'm still alive. Still alive! Woo! Woo! No, you don't. Catch it. Look at this. Pop that. Sean is just too overpowered in this game, man, I'm telling you. Oh, hello. Okay, go. Alright, the gal. Pop that there. Oh no! I'm alive! How? The ledge! The lip! Oh, I imagine. Now here's the next one. Oh, I hear you. Where are you going? He was well out of my range. Just jump. Run away. Let me get my Zuka. Give him like 5 seconds. I'll interrupt the painting. Spread the missiles out. We're okay. Got triangle paint here in pressure. Brilliant. Yeah. GG's. The main thing with V-Shot, if you're ever playing V-Shot, you're holding paint, you're killing, you're very much a mixed card between doing all kinds of things. Oh. You're doing fine. Hey, we went 2-3 before, that's fine. Just need to pray more Wahoo than anything. Bazooka. I probably really wonders what it would be like if V-Shot and Tanatech had different, like slightly different, like main weapons, just slightly different things. They're the same kind of classification. They're just V-Shot more or less, but they're slightly different. Like V-Shot has got like V-Shot is like slower, has like 2 frames slower startup. It's like slower movement, but has like a tiny more range. Whereas Tanatech's a bit faster in sprite, but has like 2 frames less lag, but has like a tiny bit less range. So like compare like here to about here probably, like a tiny amount. So in terms of the hit marker here to about here, a teeny bit less range, not too much though. It wouldn't be enough to make a drastic difference with the main weapon, but it will give it some unique playstyles with it. Which I guess what you can say with splashes, in a way. I guess T-Tech is also an alternate kit for V-Shot. It just doesn't feel like that because V-Shot's got 3 V-Shots in this game. And T-Tech has its own share of clone kits. Zoom. The goal for it is if we do well, I mean, it's E-Tails, I'm not expecting much, but the goal is to try and get 2600 if possible. If we can do that, that'll be successful. I was close to getting it last time as well. I was like 27 or 2570 something, 2560 something. Before falling down to 2542. The goal is to get that. Okay, Wellstring, you're going to help me pop. Please go in and pop. They do not have any other massive, crazy shredding weapon. Hydra's close to it, that takes a long time. So please, follow me. I will give you paint. Just follow me. Go ahead. There you go. You see what I mean? I got down. No, you don't. I am getting out of there. Drop down. Stay alive. Come on. Someone grab it. I am not grabbing it. That doesn't go over? God damn. He's on me. Okay, unfortunate. Wellstring might be able to help pop. if they are... Nah. They're trying to focus, but it wasn't enough. They can still hold though. Oh man! Of course, it's the right side peak. Whoever thought right side peeking would make sense, would need to be advantageous on a bloody pedestal. Okay. I swear, if they give Bubbler Hydra, or yeah, Hydra to Bubbler at one point, it's over, man. This is gonna be it'll be insane. Honestly, Bubbler's Hydra would be a lot more interesting than Scream. Everybody else is Bubbler. Those some wee bubble effects. Yeah, I'm just gonna go over here. Go. Ah, you're starting. Well, we got a few extra points, it's fine. There's no one on the team, so it was worth us going for the extra points. And do you know, so we can recoup, and sloop them. Ooh, screen. A screen. Okay, I'm gonna... Where is it? Hey, oh yeah. This is intense. I really was stuck on a small speck of ink. I hate that. If it was actually made to where it's running ink resist was actually useful, then I would run a bit more. The lock-ons, we work with them. So I'm going to die. I'm gonna chill here. Oh man, no, he's alive! What are you doing? Okay, that was definitely a moment on our teammates for whatever was going on there. Go down and kill him. Wherever he may be. I'm behind. Yeah, I was dead. Nose itchy. No, not now. We still need to come out of this, but we really need to pressure. He's really weak. No. We're gonna throw some shots out. This is good. Nah. If we don't get massive pressure now, then it's over. Probably just gonna run it back. Man. Making this section like a ramp would be interesting. Oh wait, fine. Okay. He's going, hold on. Cook. You go in now. Fuck you, Tri-Slosher. You don't deserve that range. We just need to push up slowly. Well, string, please be cautious. I know your weapons don't work. I heard that. Where is he? No, I'm over there. I got him. I hate Tri-Slosher, man. It does not deserve the range it needs. It needs halved instantly, man. Give it more speed. Reduce its damage to make a 3-shot, but don't give it the range, man. It does not deserve it. Oh, God. Honestly, if I was doing a tier list thing, I wouldn't even rank the weapons. I would rank them on how much they need nerfs or changed. I think that's more of an interesting than rank them how good they are. Seems a lot more optimal, that. Yeah, we just kind of struggled to push up the end there. And I don't know what happened there with our teammates. We came in defense. I guess just Wellstream was not in position, and everyone else died. Somehow. And Hydra's just kind of locking things out. That's another thing as well. Hydra's insanely good on this map for many reasons. Range obviously is like a big thing for it. I mean, custom Hydra's a bit worse than the way for it, but Hydra's just insanely good for holding pressure. And because they can hold both checkpoints and obviously clear all the sides, it's like it's basically a mini crab tank without the expo part of it. So even that is good. It just sucks. Oh god. What can you do, you know? It's still alright, we still win 2. Or we still have 2 wins. How's it going? It's going alright. Thank you for asking, one. Unfortunately, not as into the competitive scene anymore. Fair enough. The whole poll thing was more so, oh not the poll, the whole tier list thing was more so on, like mixed stuff with the stage rating as well. So it wasn't even like all competitive for the ranking the stages. It was more mixed on the casual side of things, but with a bit of consideration of the competitive side. Right side. I don't think I've really seen many tier lists actually rank stuff based on the casual stuff of things. Dude, I'm stuck. Am I behind? Yeah, we are going to go right side and stop them. Get the wee shot. Wilson's just kind of ruined shredding as it is. Like, if it was able to do this with Object Shredder, I would understand. It would still be a bit overtuned, but I would understand it. Go ahead, paint that, that's good. I'll go down here so I can get some paint. I'm coming. Oh, I get some paint. You hit me? Nah, I disagree. I really disagree on that, Nintendo. I don't care what you thought of game, but he did not hit me with that last shot. And I really was thinking it's gonna come to the side, it didn't. Fair enough. Nintendo, I am far away. Do not fuck me sideways with this. Okay, thank you. To that. My aim was atrocious there. Top for a second. Actually, I'm gonna just chill in here. I'd rather let it reset. I want to sit Mazuka. Gotcha. Oh man. Another thing with the cafeteria is you can't really react to it if it's shocking. I guess playstyle is meant to be for that, but honestly, it should be a little bit reactable. Okay, it's good. I'll take the trade. Sure, no, I'm saying that it. Okay, with Wellstream, the way it is right now with its shredding capabilities, if it had shredder, it would be fine, more or less. Maybe it should be a bit worse for wear. Even with the way it is set out. You're not gonna kill me. Fuck you and you're down. It is stupid like that, man. It's crazy. I get the whole point with it. Some thing is, I've said that it needs nerfs. I personally think it needs to be less inconsistent for some things. There goes a die. Okay, good. I'm really good. This Gazuka does not beat that easily. But yeah, Edit just can get way too much with it. Like, when I play it myself, I can tell it just doesn't feel, how to say so, it doesn't feel really fair in some ways. You hit me from very far away. Just saying you're going to die if you don't give up it. You got him. This one's going crazy. Nope, I am getting well far away. Hey Mazuka, my nose is itching back. Oh, wait a second. Do not hit me. I'm going to get myself a Bazooka. Burn that a bit. He's off the well. Okay, good. Alright, right, I'm gonna run it since I don't have anything else. Okay, we need a recoup now. Technically, I could have tried to run away, but I was not chancing the fact with the fact they have some to be. The fact they have it already. I haven't broke just yet as well, so that's good. Alright. Full of shots for the win. Pretty sure it's another 30 points back. We're back off where we were. But yeah, with Wild Strike specifically, like, with Shredder, it should be able to pop the Rainmaker Shield within like 4 shots, maybe 3 if you charge it, but that should be, like, it should be a bit slower with its charge time by a few frames if that's the case with Shredder. Otherwise it should be 5 shots. And with Bubble Alert, it shouldn't be 2 shot really, it should be like 3 with Shredder and 4 without, probably. There we go. Back up where we were. Back up. A little bit lower, I think. That's fine. A little bit higher. I don't know. We're back up. Right. Cool. What I play on? Assuming you mean what do I play in terms of what weapon I play. Otherwise, I'm not too sure what you mean by it. If it is what weapon I play, I play Brush. I mean Brush specifically. Oh, I generally play a lot of different weapons because of the star system. I like seeing some I like seeing my 5 gold doubloons on my weapons. So I'm trying to get many weapons to 5 stars. Gameplay. Not right now. If you want to play with me, not right now, as I am grinding X rank. There's not really a way you can kind of grind with other players. Where'd you come from? It's gonna be a horror game. Great, brilliant. There we go. This way. Okay, I have a jet. Only B plus anyway. Yeah, you can't really play unless it's a PB then. See, this isn't so. Aquaman isn't so lenient with it. I should have known if I died. But now he's dead. This is going crazy. It's the Japanese squeezer. Fear ability. Atrocious shame, but it's still managed to hold out. But oh, he's dead. Rid the Japanese. Holding the ground, will we kill it perhaps? Jump back over here to my teammates. Hold the space, please! Oh, goes okay. Okay. Okay, split up. I saw that. No, okay, gone. Cool. No NJ. This is fantastic. That's a Zuka. You fell. I didn't. You looked at me funny, so you die. Okay, hold up. Jimmer's a unit. You didn't see me! You don't see me! Ooh. How does this man do it? Hey, right, please. No, the ball, the squeezer! Okay. Holding. We can potentially get a breakaway with this. Oh, actually, we will. Oh, it was sitting right there. I thought it was somewhere else. They're back on one, okay. Oh shit. I'm gonna chill here. No one knows. My existence exists somewhere else. Okay, lucky shot. Not a lucky shot. Bag all you want, bitch! What are you playing? You're playing Zap. I'll have you know. You're playing just as much of a meta weapon as me. Yes, no inkjet for you. Hey, if you want to bag anyone, bag the squeezer. I popped off a little bit later on, in fairness, but still. They have a bazooka for when they go forward. Just pop these in. Get the pressure going. There we go. Cool. Means yen in Japanese. Nice. Good to see you're learning it. It's a nice language to learn. Challenging, but it is pretty good. Fist bump. Oh, that mask, man. That's a I keep forgetting that mask exists. So cursed. It's a new fish head. Yeah, that's in fairness, the second half I did pop off the bill. I'll just stand again. The V-Shot Express. The V-Shot extravaganza, I guess you can say. Maybe throw that. Up there. I got someone with it. I missed. I played side order. I have indeed played side order, yes. I have almost completed everything in it. I'm still trying to get a few chips. I've not really got around to doing it, but I've got a few chips to get everything of, and then that'll be everything. I'm gonna put it on the side to do other things with it though. Namely get X rank. A higher level in X rank. Against it. A squeezer V-Shot, that's basically meta. Except for having a better range jet weapon, but even then. Actually, that direction, but oh, risky as hell. That worked out. No, you okay. Yikes, brother! You're the ninja squad. How are you going to make a push? How does that not kill? I aimed direct on with the other one that gave an AoE effect, but that one didn't give an AoE effect? What? How does one win this? I don't know. Okay, rubbish. See, now that right there just feels a bit dumb for the AoE. I did say with the AoE not hit before, but that right there just feels not fair sometimes. Like, he's sitting very much behind it and I can't really do anything about it. How did he... Okay. Try Slasher, fuck you. You deserve no range. Roller, that was a bad choice. You should not drop down. I don't care how much speed you have, you should not have done that. You should be grabbing the Rainmaker because you have a lot of speed. This weapon should be really bad for what it's worth, but it's not. Who's running? Okay, what is it? Okay, is that Hydra? It's Hydra Scrawny. If a roller is really going to be using that, shut up! I hear you. Sploosh, I will shove your gun straight down your gullet and cone your mouth shut with that nozzle. Yeah, shut up. Shut up, you bitch ass. I'm gonna report you for saying I'll... Yeah, I'm gonna report you afterwards because you're just screaming. See, Sploosh? Look how good you are. Look how useless you are. I saw that. Where are you? I can't get him. Oh man. Yeah, Sploosh, I'm gonna report you and you're gonna be banned. Oh, heartless and nice. Because no one likes those that shout, scream, and fuck around. Karen literally screams at everyone to do the work as a Sploosh player. And doesn't do anything otherwise and just sits there and does nothing. Guess what? You're not getting anything, dude. You're getting reported for screaming and then not doing anything at the end. I bet you rage quit. I completely bet you rage quit. I'm not even angry. I am just exquisitely disappointed in your stupidity and your moronic behavior and how you're in X rank, this high up as well. Get some help. Go down to S+ and become a good player. Or just stay down in the low ranks like a peasant. You may win 10 and 8, but you were not helpful. You were distracting and you were impulsive. Like most Sploosh instances. Do better. Let's do a better this quickly. This has been the third time though when playing X-Ray I have to report someone. Yep. Spam. Ming. Oh, it's not spamming, it's spamming. Oh my god. Quotations. Goes right grammar for it. Can you please go back to ABCs? There it goes. This way. And I don't know you can say that. Let's get one this way. There's actually the third thing. No, I'll just say two things. Keep it simple, we'll buy a golden third way. And it's bound this way and gave up before the match ended. Short and simple. Gets bound this way and gave up before the match ended. Disrupting team. Sayonara Tri-Saucer. Oh, sorry, Sploosh. But honestly, Tri-Saucer should be sayonara as well because you're stupid and you don't deserve the range you have. I just want to remind players, okay? I'm just going to remind everyone that's watching. I'm not angry, but I want to make something clear. Where is it? This is regular Saucer, okay? Good range. How much range do you think Tri-Saucer has again? For these short range of Saucers? Let me know. The machine is barely much further. And this thing has AoE as well. Like, that's not good enough. There is where it should be. And it shouldn't have that upper section. The width is fine. But it just shouldn't have that. Not much less. I know it's not much less, I'm just talking about it. In terms of long range sloshers, I would say Explode. Pretty sure. Actually, all the same range. I never think into account how like everything's the same range. Even then, compare like how fast you can swing this slosher compared to other sloshers. Like, it's not too fast. Still alright. But in this thing, comes out with carbon roller. That should not be doing that much damage. This should be a 3-shot Nintendo. I don't care if it's 8 points less damage. It shouldn't be doing this, especially if it can just do that from that height. Like, I don't think that's that much fair. I'm standing up here, swing. Like, that can 2-shot very easily on a lot of instances. It should be 55 damage at the tip, Nintendo. Let's be real. Less damage makes it more fair. Or just get rid of the hitbox entirely. Not quite fair. Can I play that poll? Not today, unfortunately. I am grinding the rest of this rotation, then we're ending the stream off. It's okay though. We could still potentially get to 2600. It's just gonna be a bit rough because we don't get the same 50 and 75 points if we win or lose. It's a little bit less, pretty sure. Unless we KO and they give us more. I'm not too sure about it. We've got to over wall shots. I've been trying to feel out Zuka a bit and just get some rough kind of feels for how to use it in many ways. We're fine at players, but shooting over walls is the main way you use weapon. So I need to learn. See you later, one. I have one of those 2800. No, it happens around 2500, I'm pretty sure. The thing just varies, but that's kind of how it is. That's how I've had it. The times I've been at 2500. Sushi! Okay, we've got the cooler. Pretty sure we had an edit, or was it ballpoint? It was ballpoint. So we have Vac, we've got Kraken. It's manageable. I should go this direction for speed. Might overshot that. Good, good. Oh, you boy! Just paint. And you're going up. I know you're going up somewhere. I fall down. I've fallen! What are you doing, my dude? You're high. It's surprising to jump out. Tangent break. It was a close. Someone's up there. Don't jump too specifically. Range. Get over your range. You imbecile! You should not have jumped down. Can I grab you for some reason? Someone's gonna go in and it's... Got him. Cool. Go. Grab it and go. Ballpoint. This is not bad. It's gonna be a little bit weird to get back on the stage. I'm actually gonna paint the Zor section while I get Zuka. Fine. I got cool as well. I'm gonna go up. Let me get up. I'm not gonna be there, unfortunately. Yeah, go for there. Thankfully, I had cooler active, so I'm okay. I really gotta save my Zuka for a bit. Or I can get fucked from behind from a gal. Then my other Hydra. I've seen more and more Hydras around QR with it. You should not be going in ball point, you should really be coming back here. I'm gonna try and save Zuka but play aggressive. It's gonna be weird. Okay, at least good. Please. Okay, good job. Zap, you're gonna have to play a little bit aggressive with. Okay, I'm not gonna get the Rainmaker. I'm gonna just. Oh god, fuck. Oh man, I hate how you can't just do anything like that. Pretty sure it's on the tower. I guess. No, it's not. That's just not fair, man. Oh, screw you. My living may be better than yours in several different ways, but so one thing's for sure is it's way, way more stupid. Demi's nuts. Okay, I gotta play a lot more aggressive and start killing him, because no one is killing, not even a range is killing consistently. No, you saw me, I'm not gonna go that direction. Bye-bye. Sorry, chat. Oh, you were there? I thought you were down below, fucker. Oh, our team is not doing... Our range is not doing good enough, man. You're not getting enough kills. I'll just bat him. Oh, my name's sloppy there. Range. Oh, my God. Our range could have popped that instantly instead of waited, but no, they didn't. Yeah, our range was fucking stupid there, man. The range could have gone in and started getting many kills, but they just didn't. Or Zach could have won the Grother Rainmaker, I could have been popping Zuka, they could have popped Cool, it could have been clean. But the range did not do that. And the ballpoint was just kind of in a weird position. The ballpoint actually didn't paint. The ballpoint should have been painting, I feel like, in certain positions that were more important than others. But there was no paint. Literally no one was painting, to my knowledge. At least effectively to hold down ground. I think I was legitimately the only one that have like consistent paints. Maybe they had like high paint numbers in other ways, but it just didn't seem like that. Yeah, like what the fuck, man. Ballpoint was the one that was really painted, but they didn't mean that good. Range was mid. Zap painted a bit, but could have painted a bit more. Or I think maybe let's grab the Rainmaker. If they grab the Rainmaker, then goal, but still, the range need to go up with me and push and start getting kills. But no, they did not do that good enough. That's a rough life. The range had all the tools necessary to beat every weapon here as well. Like bomb for bomb and the main weapon for wall, range and outrange the gal. V-shot kind of does paint overpaint it, but you can poke around corners and throw a bomb and it's awake. Hydra, it can't really beat from Kraken, if ever right, and you can also poke around corners and try and catch it out. Same goes with Blaster, or sorry, Slosher. It does have its own purposes against it. Slosher can be a bit of a tough matchup if it catches off guard, but honestly, as long as you're kind of using your AoE and just watching out for opponents, you should be fine. What is it? 1-2? It's 1-2. On Nintendo, this is literally 2500x per. I should be getting better teammates of this. Ones that know how to fight, ones that know how to push, ones that know how to position. Or at the very least, ones that know how to paint. I can understand the range, but I don't really understand the zap. Zip. I'm pretty sure 2600 is kind of out of the question for this rotation, but it's fine. Keep it the same Hydra, I think. This is in Gal. Okay, might be the one to, no, I think Tri's actually gonna grab on this. Yeah, I think Tri might be grabbing. That is a reflex with, oh, please don't think of missiles. I don't know how to feel with that. Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna get killed. Not quite, okay. You didn't die to my shot. I swear I hit you with 3 shots, but okay. It's fine. You guys watch him. Oh, that's not good. Go on, go over here. I was gonna run straight for it, but he didn't. Fair enough. Up here. For a second even. You're not gonna get this spot. Range goes up a bit. Wait. I saw his movement. I saw like a split second, and I was really just trying to catch him right there at the end. Just some of the map, you just don't know, there's literally no point in holding into it. In this sort of situation, you are a madman. You're getting ground, but it's not enough. You can always put it back in the middle, it can't reset. This is not gonna happen well. And I hate you. Fuck off, Tri-Saucer! You and your mother are stupid. What the fuck is this weapon? Why is that one more paintable, man? I didn't mean to fall down, but sure. Range. Range. Range, you fucking imbecile. You can't aim for fucking tits. What is this game, man? Our range should be going nuts. Fucking shit, man. Like, down here, over here, under the bridge. You are literally the best weapon in our comp for this rotation. I'm not even shitting it. You are the best one. So don't make like a train stand still. Make like a fucking gold brick and lob yourself into them with thousands of pounds of force, like a tungsten bar. That is that of CRB. I was trying to hold pain and hold ground for a bit, but I couldn't do that because no one was killing. Tri-Saucer and Roller was trying to do it, but they just... You know what, I'm playing range. No, not VRB. Playing CRB. This, I want my QR run for this, because I'm going to go in. QR on... I don't get shorts for this. Well, I do have this. And I can run some shoes that are better for this. What shoes is it? This was it. This should be fine. Let's run a bit of CRB. And actually kill. I'm gonna be running in, and I'm gonna be getting stuff. I really hope our teammate... If we can't shred the Rainmaker, then we just have to play cautious with it. I'll still be trying to run and get points, or at least shark around the area and get some stuff. From Terry. Where we go? Not bad. We shred it. We might be able to shred it. We've got slightly better damage rates. Wow, that really didn't go down. Okay, fine enough. Okay, fair enough. That was my bad. Release the gal comboed. He's just taking it. There's someone left side, I'm pretty sure. I thought he was still. I thought it would go a bit further than that, but no, he just threw it away. Okay, that's fine. I haven't killed anyone, so I'm probably gonna lose a wing gambit. Yeah, I lost it. This man won't be able to do shit. You fell. Oh, what is this, man? I'm not doing so good. We didn't break the... Why did we not... Are you guys dead? I'll hold space. there you go. Jesus Christ, you guys are dense. Okay, here we go. Sploosh, pop stand. Did you have it? Or you didn't have it, but still, cool. Almost a Kraken, I'm gonna do this. Oh, you suck! Okay, well, we got down to 1 point. Now, I don't like how this is not painted underneath. I'm gonna play cautious. I saw him as well. That was a lot of lag from that. You really, I mean, that was probably just could have made that work. Even isn't it? So I don't know. Oh, I was putting him right off the ledge. That's probably looked weird. Nope. I am not letting you get that. You are going to go back all over there and get nothing. I shall take dibs for now. Okay, throw that up there and just play cautious down here. No one knows my existence. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, nice. Yeah. Round versus range and L, because they can just paint over you and you just can't fight them unless you're able to hit your shots. Oh god, this has been rough. I need to get my Kraken. Gal behind. We don't have any paint outside of. We are gonna get in trouble if we don't paint. Gone. Nice. Okay, well. Just gonna leave it. That's fine. Okay, we don't have it then. I wanted to save it for a second. Wow, this guy's fast. Okay, that worked. I was a bit sloppy at the start of the game. Judging by how Splatoon and Gal were playing, I decided to kind of stay in the middle ground for a little bit of it. I gotta say they can take a nice cold shower because we can't take it because it's too freezing for them. Well, you just said ice cold shower. Said ice cold shower. Ice cold showers are interesting. They have their own kind of properties to it, and they're said to be good for like the mental mind and just kind of relaxing you by putting your body in kind of a hyper state or hyper awareness state in kind of a fight or flight position. Yeah, Gal's going crazy. See now that taking those Gal players, that's what you should be doing. But yeah, just in general, ice cold showers, I mean, they do have some kind of evidence that they do help in some ways, but it really depends. It was very from person to person of how you like to have your showers. shoot, missed the margin by a little bit. I lost Gam at the start of the match pretty early on, so it really made it difficult to get one shots in some ways while jumping. It more sensitive to freezing temperatures, but it's not that bad, especially in the summer when you need it. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I'm pretty sure biologically, like, feminine skin tends to be like a lot more. But I mean, it will vary from person to person, but just generally, from what I can understand, biology-wise, which isn't that much, but this is what I'm going off by knowledge-wise. It generally, females have thinner skin than males. I'm sorry, where did you come from? I shot the wall. I should have painted him. Go. Run away. I'm gonna do that. Nope. Come this way. I was gonna just flick him at the end there. Throw a bomb there in preparation. I knew he wasn't gonna go up there. I am very much aware that he didn't go there. Tenacity on Slosh is interesting. Very interesting choice. Good. Nice. Let break a blade. I thought I was gonna save it. Guess not. But we were down 1 again, so we got some good lead. That, and we ready to side up just a little bit. There's pretty sure I was gonna dead. Stamper. Nice. There we go, Stamper comboing. That was unfortunate. I thought there was no one there, but the brush was sharking. Let's go for Hail Mary shot. Hail Mary shot. A trade for some strikes. Probably not exactly a fair trade, but you know what? Strikes are strikes. Get in the way. It would eliminate our entire area. Oh man. Gonna shark up here. Going to know. You saw nothing, you bitch. You actually saw nothing. You weren't even looking my direction. This is not going good. We can hold this. We can hold this team. Man, there's Nautilus. No, he's gonna break away. No way. Okay, I was gonna say, no way he's gonna go from our base to their base like that. There's no way. Come on, Kraken. Please come on, Kraken. Okay. He tried to see me sneaky there and get through. But anyway, unfortunately, 1 point I gun. Yep. Infamous 1 point. Hey, we didn't lose that at least. It was life or death at the end, and it was basically required. 1 point is still better than having 2 points. We got a little increase at least. Yeah, 15 points. Yeah, if we get, we need to get like a 3-0, and then another 3-0 potentially to get. We need to get multiple KOs if we're gonna get 2600, but I don't think it's gonna be possible unless we go crazy sickle mode. Just wait for this stupid multi challenge to go away already, so you can see the actual challenge after. Yeah, the challenge and then the tournament. It's kind of sad. I'm gonna do this. Oop. I like doing this with the, what do you call it? The camera center thing. It's pretty funny doing this. I'm trying to hit shots. Something like this. Get the aim right. And too early. Feels even faster if you just turn your camera like. I do this right. Never mind. I want to see if I can do a 360 with him. A few familiar faces. I think that's our Stamper again. Yep, Stamper and Vanilla Bamboo. Interesting. Vanilla Boo. Look at that. That's just not fair. How is a Bamboo versus an E-Leader custom E-Leader fair, Nintendo? Give us a good tuber fight. It's not even a good E-Leader. Okay, well, you snuck around the side. Hero will hopefully suffice. Oh shit, that's 2 Krakens. I'll just put the pressure here for a second. Fell just ahead of it. That sucks. It feels a bit rough. Good. this novel's not gonna break my one shots. It might break away here. I'm just trying to be defensive, but I don't think. Oh, it didn't work out. Never mind. Good shit. We're just trading, man. Not way the Elier. I should have gone for the shot, man. Good show for a second. He stuck away. There's flanking, there's an Atlas. Oh man. I thought they had the weapon stamper. Why would it? Oh, he broke away. What the hell? Okay. No. Sayonara. The Stamper's actually goated. He actually really... There's a Hail Mary there. I'm actually gonna hold on here for a second. Come on. You didn't even have your charge, man. Honestly, as a nerf to Nautilus, like some people say Nautilus needs nerfs in some places. Why not give it so that it has a starve for its charge time? Give it some sort of startup so that way it either has to hold on to its charge time or it has to walk around it. That's wild, actually. You're not gonna get this. Nope, we lost. Yeah, that was dumb, Nintendo. You're a fucking asshole for that. You gave us a bamboo, and then you gave them an Elier. How is that fair? How is that fair in any universe? It's not. It is very much not Nintendo. Unless the skill of the Elier is that of a penny being dropped into acid, of which be nothing, then yeah, then it'd be fair. But otherwise than that, no, it's not fair. I would have gone in as well, but that Nautilus caused a few issues with it. And I'm not going to imagine. Yeah, I mean, they were carrying the Rainmaker. But like, bro. Okay, they literally did go 2 and 7. That's probably because they were carrying the Rainmaker. Still not a good look for Nintendo because it's a Kraken versus Whale. Not a good matchup. Like, even that alone, we had Scream, we had Whale, well, whereas they had 2 Krakens and a Zuka. Fun and fair, Nintendo. I'm actually gonna try and go flying next time if we're on Wahoo. Mainly because I want to try and get some folks. Either make them look away or try and kill them. One or the other. Whilst trying not to die. I think. I missed him by an inch. Gotcha. Okay. Ranges away can feel really stupid and really insane sometimes. The fact that hits as well is insane. And for a lot of damage as well, its most auto hit can two-shot. Even if you're swimming around, it can still two-shot because of how its heaviness works. Okay. Hope it doesn't take 383 seconds again. Right, Nintendo? Okay, actually. Also, we had a very lackluster pain compared to them. Like, our bamboo was meant to be the pain for it, but Nintendo, in this game mode, the bamboo isn't really painting. They're the Rainmaker carrier, let's be real. I mean, whether they were carrying the Rainmaker or not, like, they did Bowser KD. What you get, you can probably potentially suck with a Rainmaker and not do good, but even then, like, it's a big explosion, and you've got, what? Every weapon here can combo with that. We all have long range, we can all combo with it. Yeah, there we go, I figured it was going to DC. So why can we get any sort of rebirth to that? And we've got 15 minutes left. And I want to play a game. Even if I don't get to 2600 Nintendo, which I won't, I just want to find a match and get a little bit. First DD? Yeah, first DC. It wasn't really DC, it was more so just I couldn't find a match. The DC if you lose, if you get kicked out of the match. Oh man, that was a spark. Let me try that again. Oh, never mind. Don't get. I guess don't get a chance. You got DC regardless. Fair enough. Yes, thank you. I never thought I'd be like asking for ETL Alley. I saw that silver star on their team. Paintbrush. Okay. I don't know what you were doing. I really don't understand what his game plan was. If I was going in constantly, that probably would have killed him. There's someone else down there. Yikes. Rainmaker's good. And all the shots. To the beacon. That was worth it. Well, kind of, not really. So kill. You came back. I did not think you were going to jump back of all things. Oh well, whatever. I was mainly giving for the dapples, just in case I want to put my Recons back there, but guess not. Nintendo, I am not even 2/3 in the ink. Let me move.
grab it and go. Fair enough. That's fine. I'm just gonna hold there, hopefully. Range of that, but I guess not. Into this. Hopefully he's at a beacon. He does not. It has that. Until you can see the beacons through. My turn, bitch. Oh man. Okay, where is this paintbrush coming up to? He doesn't just quit, but where the fuck is he showing up to? I am not seeing him at all. I swear. Also throws literally everything at him, but just doesn't get him. I'm gonna go over here instead. Excellent! Cool. We have potential to get one more calculation if we win this next one. It's ironic, having that eat it on is probably a bit more fun. With Rainmaker, Wahoo's still fine, it's just weird kind of position in some places. Again, teammates. It's kind of the stupid thing with certain maps, is like, every stage can be good or bad depending on how your teammates play online, which is why it really is hard to rank things sometimes. In this case though, we had some okay teammates. We had some very good apples. Hello TP, welcome. I do kind of hate how you can't see opening gambit working in the train lobby, because like when you're jumping, I've got opening gambit on, but it just doesn't work. Because there's no time to go by or no kills to kind of reassure it. I'm getting weird control lag. Why is that happening? Whatever. I'm gonna test fire. We thought the special power increased Vax explosion radius. It actually does. Special power does actually increase the radius that it blows up. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure if in the test fire it did. I'm pretty sure it did, but it does increase the radius. Can't
Can't remember much about Vag though. Contest fire. How we got? Heliator. Scope. I knew I was getting myself into there. That's a wall. Everyone's basically dead. Let me just... Shocking is way too powerful in this game, man. We do have some painters, but it's not really enough. Fuck that. I get your point, dude, but you really had to paint. Ozada's the main painter. Explosion. Oh yeah, I'm coming. I'm running right in. Save it! Okay, I was gonna say, please don't tell me the Rainmaker Explosion's gonna kill me there. That would be stupid. Okay, I'm actually jump back in. Nope. Fuck you. This one really does not have any efficiency. A bit of a situation. Give me a second. Go. Go. Go, come on, dude, this. Oh my fucking god, you dense bitch. You actual dense motherfucker. You say this for all this much, and then you do not take my Kraken. What the flying shit are you smoking? I am standing there. Follow me. Oh, shut up, you bag of dicks. Your weapon is irrelevant, just like your mother. Go away if you're going to spam it. This is a team effort. Not, let's follow the E-liter. If you're going to play with the Rainmaker, you better know what the fuck you're doing. Look at what my special is, and know what I'm trying to do. I get it. I'm taking his time. Because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Okay, well, that's a bit much, Oh, there's a roll there somewhere. Zap isn't painting, or Elia's being a bit of a dick and self-centered, he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, we could have potentially won that if he went for the Hail Mary, but he didn't. Now we're gonna lose, we're just gonna run away. You bag of fucking shitheads. Team, chat, let me know if you see a Kraken sitting there waiting and not going in, and you're the Rainmaker user, you go in and you stand underneath them. You stay with them. It is very much a play. If everyone's obviously pushing like that, that's fine, but there was literally no one there. There was like 2 people that were pressuring it. The Eliator and someone else, none of them can complain over it. But yet, bitch-face didn't want to do it. For fuck knows reasons. I don't know why, but they didn't. Eliator, get a fucking script of how you play this game, shove it down your throat, and swallow it deep. There's no way we're gonna win now because this damn ass stupid Eliator doesn't know what they're doing, and Zap very much did not paint nearly enough. Like 1400 points is good, but you need to paint a lot more, dude. I'm sorry, but you need to paint thousands more. And Eliator, maybe do a bit more killing. If you're gonna carry the Rainmaker, you better be sure you're gonna be shooting some bitches down. Just because Clam Cheese is out of the way with Kraken Cheese. In Clam Woods does not mean it doesn't exist in other game modes. Henceforth, the shield. Honestly, I can't really do it down below, but you get the idea. I shield. Our shield. So probably increases his suction radius, but not explosion radius. No, I feel like it definitely increases the radius. It definitely does. From what I've seen, when you charge it up, it definitely does increase the radius. I'll check it when we're done, but I am pretty sure it increases the radius. Yeah, they just jumped into the enemy team so much. Yeah. Which you should not be doing. As an Eliator, your job is not to paint. The machine can do that better than you, and the Zap is going to be doing that alongside doing a bit of frontline killing potentially. You, Eliator, are going to grab the Rainmaker and shoot some bitches. Okay, yeah, that's over. It's over. Thank Nintendo for not having a good system for matchmaking. If there's 2 things I have for this next game, you can make the stages absolute dog shit, you can make the weapon kits the worst they are, but I ask of 2 things. Make the matchmaking actually functional and fair, and you don't have peasants that don't know how to play a game up in high power. And you actually have a good online system. Let me double check this VAC system, because I'm pretty sure I remember it being explosion radius as well. We'll go with this one because it's fastest. But charge up quickly so I can get it fast. Good to see my gear. Okay. Charge up quickly. So I'm just going to do it without any explosion first and just see how it is. This one is charge up though, so I can get projectiles. Well, that's the explosion radius without any special power up. I'm not going to put it on a main and up here and see how much difference it makes. Easy swing true, but it's too late now. Okay. I don't know if it's going to be bigger with this base thing, but I'm pretty sure it is bigger when you suck up stuff. No, it's not bigger like that, but I'm pretty sure it is bigger. I remember it being bigger at least. Okay, so full charge with special power up goes all over there. And then I'll just do this side. And then without it, shovel there. I guess there wasn't really a difference. Fair enough. I thought there was a difference. I still remember seeing something with it though. What's my weapon in the game? Brush. I mean brush. I mean, it'll seem like that because I've got a bunch of 4-star weapons, but I do mean brush. I can add V-shot or order shot to the list of weapons that I've 4-star as well. And Luna Pro will be far off. Where is it? Luna. Luna. And Tier's in close as well. This wasn't really this charge up through sucking and projectiles. Yeah, I remember. I mean, I guess so, but I swear I remember seeing a video of someone doing like comparison between the charge up with it. I'll get it one more time and just see it. So no charge up. It's pretty big. And then with a bit of special power up. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it does go further because that's sucking one much further up. Also, mass wall paint. Paints everything. Hilarious. Alright. Fair enough. Touche. I thought wrong. I figured it'd be a bit different from that, but I remember seeing something like it. Fair enough. Oh wait. Shoot. I'm going to run away and get my stuff. Take it to Valhalla. Or sell power up. To the shops we go. I'm gonna do a mass buying spree now. What was the hat? Is that the Irish hat? Hey, it's kinda like it. Yeah, it's not that bad. Next shop. Oh, it's anti-Chara! Oh, got a badge. Cool. Thank you, Jolonzo. And breadcrumbs, you have nothing. Harmony, what do you have for me today? Oh, the clam balls. Oh, I can get both of them. I can actually finish that up. Do you know what? Yeah, we're gonna get that. Oh man, I'm just. Oh, do you know what? It's fine. We can get 2 of these, and we can get 10 footballs. Shame. Could have got a sweet ass guitar. Start playing riffs. No lobby. Whoops. I meant to go back out. Let me out. Okay. What's the amiibo we're gonna finish up with now? Let's have a little look. Let's pick a spot first. I think we'll see Spike actually. I haven't been seeing Spike that much. I need to see more. Let's have some gear. We could go and get this. Order this helmet. I can oh but oh yeah, because okay, fair enough. God doesn't clear it immediately. I'm just have 263 gem. Let's sit next to Spike and finish it up here. It's a bit dark. Let's go top of these weekend missions then. There we go. Let's finish up here. Alright. Whom do we pick? Let's go. Do you know what? I think I should do you. Let's pick you. Yeah. Here, we reset it. can, please? There we go. Murray! Hello! I'm stealing you. I apologize to Kelly, but I'm stealing you. That's it. My shirt's very bioluminescent. We had Indigo Park had a very bioluminescent flashlight, and then my shirt's got that effect. What's going on with it, man? Let's do this, shall we? Go out a bit. There you go. I trust my Indigo Park for real. Yeah, Indigo Park trademark. I think Ramley would be proud of me for my bioluminescent park, or my bioluminescent shirt. You almost did just now and got jump scared by a cartoony fun face. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've already got it. I'll need to check. If I don't have it, then I'll see if I can get it. But I'm pretty sure I have it. Alright, and I did say we'd have a poll going for it. It seems like the poll is spoken. 56 to 4. If anyone wants to cast a vote in, now is your chance. Hello, Zoshi. Welcome. Yeah, if anyone wants to cast a vote in for the poll, for the Twitter account, now's your chance. I'll give you guys like 2 more minutes while I do my outro, because I'm potentially gonna make a Twitter account so I can post things on it. Don't expect me to post things consistently. It's just giving me a more consistent way to post things instead of going straight to YouTube media. And we starting with that bloody thing, the tier list. Which if anyone missed, then you'll see that on the YouTube community page, or if you're in my Discord server, you can see it there. Of which we ranked every stage. Yeah, that's gonna be today's stream. If you like the stream, whether it's the X-ray stuff or the tier list stuff or a bit of both, then give it a like. And if you want some more of this kind of stuff, then subscribe. I stream every weekend doing Splatoon stuff. I also do a few Minecraft streams, a couple of variation games. I played a bit of Indigo Park recently, and I'm planning on doing that when Chapter 2 comes out, and whenever it comes out. And yeah, that's going to be it for the stream. Thank you all for watching, and until tomorrow, where we'll do another unique stream, not just Splatoon, or I say not just Splatoon, but it'll be another variation of it instead of just playing the game. I'll see you all in the next stream. See ya.